All right, everyone. Hope you're all doing good today. Hope you're all doing well. It's time for another episode of Speedruns From the Crypt, your bi-weekly horror hotfix. I'm your Dices, and this week I feel like it's the game you probably exactly expected to be showing up here. We'll talk more about that in one moment, but just for a couple of quick GDQ announcements, if you have, want to keep up with the GDQ news. For one, Games Done Quick is hosting a Transgender Day of Visibility celebration from March 21st to the 22nd. You can use !TDOV in Twitch chat to learn more on that. As well, Games Done Quick is hiring. If you have experience in mentorship and communications, apply to be a host volunteer coordinator by March 22nd. You can learn more about the position and apply at gdq.gg/jobs. Alrighty, so after the last episode, it's pretty obvious. It's RE9. I don't even think I need to say anything else. RE9 has taken the world by storm and is currently breaking records all over the place, both with the game and in the world of speedrunning, and it has been very, very active. In fact, it might even be the biggest thing in speedrunning right now, like every game at the moment. It is the thing. So obviously, we had to have it here. So with the release, I decided to do something a little bit cool. I'm going to show you two different sides of the coin of RE9, because usually with the Resident Evil speedruns, people go into one of two categories. One, they go for the 90% or whatever the default 90% would be, which is the fastest possible category. This is beat the game by any means. And then we also kind of get the challenge people who are, hey, we want to do the hardest mode as fast as we can. So I decided, hey, we're going to look at both. We're starting on the easier side and then working our way to the harder side. And we thought it'd be pretty cool to show it this way. Anyway, to start things off, here is Resident Evil Requiem, new game casual with Nico with a C. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Dices. Hello, everyone. My name is Nico with a C. We're going to be playing Resident Evil Requiem, new game casual, and with me on commentary, I have the one, the only Niddle.
Hey, everybody. I also run this game. And it's been a lot of fun in the last 10 days since it's been out.
Something like that.
Nico has a pretty wild run for you.
Yeah, we're super excited to show it. We're going to be starting off straight away, and we're going to be choosing casual. As you can see, right now you actually cannot pick the highest difficulty. We'll get into that later when that gets relevant. But we need to get started because we do have a couple of cutscenes that we have to get through first, as per every single Resident Evil game these days. And Niddle, you are well more versed to talk about this intro than I am, because you actually played the intro in the run.
Time starts now that we have player control, by the way. And so this intro section, almost immediately the speedrun community said, let's not have to reset into this every time. So the most popular category by far is actually the no intro category for this game, which cuts out some of these opening walking sections. And there are a few little interactions, and it's very important for sort of setting up the lore and the plot of the game. But in terms of speedrun optimizing, there's not a whole lot that you can do to make these sections much faster than they just already are by, just playing through them fast. So no intro is sort of the most popular category. However, since the game is so new, we figured we would show off the full game for you tonight, just because, got to see the intro once in a while. It'd be funny. Right? Yeah.
No, I mean, it makes sense. First time it gets showed at a mainline, GDQ event.
Yeah. Also,
GDQ
correct me if
show,
I'm wrong. Recently, I heard there's another mod that skips the orphanage.
Yes.
Right.
You have to do the orphanage too, by the way.
We do.
Yes.
We will do the entire game. Don't worry.
I know the runners have been wanting to not do them, but I don't know. I think it's
there was a vote held. There was a vote held essentially to decide whether or not we should have to do the 8-minute or 7.5-minute orphanage section, which if anybody's played the game a first and a second time, the second time you probably said to yourself, why am I here again? Why do I have to do this again? So a mod was made to actually remove the orphanage section. It just turns it into a skippable cutscene, as it maybe should have been after your first playthrough. Like, it's cool on a first playthrough, but after that, you've kind of seen all there is, and, you know.
Yeah, it's very RE2R Sherry section.
Yeah.
They're a little bit nostalgia baiting, but that's okay. Like, there is a lot of nostalgia in this game in general.
Yeah. Pretty much the whole game, we're going to be seeing a lot of fan service and a lot of references to previous RE titles. Just to explain the plot of the game, we are Grace right now. We are going to be switching between Grace and Leon, and we are kind of getting this sort of flashback section where Grace is visiting a place that was very important to her in the past. I won't go into too many details on plot here. I think we're going to try and keep it as spoiler-free as we can, and we are going to be skipping cutscenes here, so you're relatively spoiler safe.
Oh yeah.
Also, I suppose a good early question here, and I guess both in general and if it is preference, why preference? Obviously, with this game, one of the big selling points was perspective. You could be in third person or first person. So, is there an ideal setting?
That's actually a great question. So there are actually instances where third person is faster, but for, I would say, 95% of the run, you are going to be in first person. This is due to movement in general, just feels better for most runners in first person, and it's also way more snappier to like cut corners, etc.
Does the timer pause and let you swap to third person in those parts, or like are you kind of stuck with what you pick?
So you can actually seamless swap like while you're in the game. Not by a hotkey or anything, but by going to the options. And for the speedrun rules, you actually do lose time if you do want to swap. This is just due to the fact that it's technically menuing if you're doing it, so that's why we kind of implemented that.
Yeah.
All right.
So essentially swapping your from first to third becomes kind of a skill-based thing. You have to menu as quickly as you can get in and out of there. So this opening section, it's sort of a tutorial section, I would say. You sort of learn the basics of how the inventory works, and the inventory is very unique in this game in that Grace and Leon have completely separate inventories. Grace's inventory is kind of like RE2R's inventory in that it pauses the game time, and your cursor icon is always on the first slot every time you open it. Whereas Leon's inventory is actually closer to like an RE4 A-A case, so he has a giant inventory to keep all of his, arsenal. And this part, I'm sure Nico hasn't seen this part in quite some time.
It's been a little bit.
Yeah, Nico's been running a lot of no intro. So this opening section, we talked to this police officer earlier, and now all of a sudden he is zombified. And this section actually reminds me a lot of RE7, especially given the game wants you, or the game's preference is for you to play in first person for Grace and third person for Leon, even though you have the option to swap at any time. Yeah. And this sort of like in-your-face horror is very much, RE7-esque.
I'm actually unsure. If you swap to third person as Grace, is this cutscene third person as well?
No, I think it forces you in first person for this.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Similarly, there are the sections in Leon that it forces you to third person just to watch like the little transition when he gets thrown through a wall. Yeah. All the cool animations, his kill animations and stuff. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so that's like the opening section that we usually skip. Actually, that's
pretty much it. Well, actually, there's one more part as Leon.
Oh yeah, true.
But yeah, this part is quite fast. So essentially, Leon is arriving in the same town that Grace was at, and nice. Aim assist turns on every time you start a casual run, so you have to manually go into the menu to turn off aim assist.
Yeah.
Super fun. And the aim assist is
to no intro. We don't have to do that.
Yeah, that is another point for no intro. Aim assist is like extreme in this game. It is Clara, what did you install on my PC levels of like aim hacks. Yeah. So Leon has arrived in the same town as Grace, although it's a few hours later, and now the whole city is a mess. I always thought it was funny, like at the end of the game, it's like, all right, I did all the things I needed to do, right? And like, meanwhile, this whole city is just overrun by zombies now. Yeah, you basically just hold W through this, you don't get grabbed, and that's pretty much it. That's the whole intro.
Impressive section. It's really cool casually though, because you are like fighting the zombies, etc. So that actually like makes it a lot different.
Yeah, that opening section, you know, switching from Grace to Leon, all of a sudden you're like ripping and tearing, and action man, and you get all these crazy cool kill animations, and you have a hatchet, and it's just like, wow, like such a tonal shift, you know.
For sure. So we're almost at the point where no intro would start. We just need to grab one key over here and grab a lighter, and then it is basically the same run from there. So that's all that we've cut out. I don't know if you want to touch on the story just a little bit about who Grace is, maybe, because we did see a woman earlier that is important to the RE4 now.
Right. So Grace is the daughter of Alyssa Ashcroft, who the name may be familiar to some people who played Outbreak. It's the first one, right?
Both.
Resident Evil Outbreak. She's in both? Yeah, so if you played the Outbreaks, then you would know about Alyssa Ashcroft. But essentially, this story is continuing from Grace's perspective after her mother's death. And she is a FBI analyst. And for some bright idea, they said, hey, Grace, why don't you go investigate like the place where your mom was kind of like killed by a strange cult connections type deal. And so this is Marie, by the way.
The girl.
She's going to be a frequent character. We can't really do much about her for now. She is a persistent threat, but we can take a few bites safely in casual, fortunately. Not the case in Insanity. And there's a little strat we do here to make sure that she doesn't get an extra grab on us. So right now she's preoccupied with knocking the cart away, and during that time we can actually run away here, and then Nico's gonna pull her to the door so that she doesn't actually spawn in the hallway. And this is a minor time save, but in the run it's actually very important, and by doing that she doesn't jump scare us in this hallway. We don't have to take another bite, and that was clean.
Thank you. I'm pretty happy with that. I would take that in the actual attempt, actually.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that section can go wrong really, really easily. Sometimes she's too slow getting to the door. Sometimes she like ignores the cart and she'll just grab you like right off of it. There's a lot that can go wrong there.
Absolutely. No, I would take that any day of the week. But yeah, she's going to jump scare us again here, and we are going to be taking a fuse, which is a staple in RE games, obviously. And then we're going to insert it here, and then we are actually going to be going over to Leon and see what he's doing. And Niddle, you are the lore master in this game. You've spent so much time with lore in this game in general, and the final puzzle. Like, you must know everything.
we spent a lot of time just kind of like re-examining things. There's a ton of small throwbacks to previous games, like the clock in certain sections is actually the same clock in RE7, and it's set to the same time as the clock in RE7, which I think is a funny little nod. So there's a lot of little tiny things all throughout the game. But we are now playing as Leon. We are sent here to investigate this spooky sort of like sanitarium type place, the care center.
Crazy.
And as soon as Leon gets here, of course, there's a dude with a chainsaw, and all of a sudden we are blasting. So all of a sudden, everybody's turning into zombies. The goal here is to kill everybody as quickly as possible. This is kind of like a cabin type section where we need to kill everything to advance to the next sort of set of zombies. And then once we kill everything, we can leave this area. We got a really cool chainsaw. It's super awesome. Nico's going to put it on the ground, and we are not going to use it at all in this run, which is kind of unfortunate. But the chainsaw has some interesting mechanics. Nico lining up the triple kill there with the Requiem, and then a double kill, finishing that last lady off. And now we can finally leave this room. Very nice.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that last lady in the room, she sometimes lines up with the other two. We don't have enough Requiem bullets, so we just kind of have to take what we get there.
Yeah, you can get the two in just kind of a triple kill, but it's a little bit of RNG. RNG is going to be It's kind of a big thing it's almost a joke to call anything consistent in this run, because it feels like things just change from one playthrough to the next. Not even that, like one retry to the next, where enemies will just be in a different spot and you'll see things you've never seen before. So it makes it interesting, albeit it does result in a lot of resets. It can be a little frustrating, but makes it spicy,
Yeah, they finally meet, Leon and Grace. Wow.
Yay. And now they're separated again.
Yeah, but before they do get separated, Leon actually shoots the Marie, the girl, the monster, whatever you want to call her, and actually gives Grace one singular bullet in the Requiem. This is what the game is called after, I guess, named after. And you might also notice some FOV differences. Leon actually, for some reason, has higher FOV than Grace, I guess because he's really skilled with a gun or something. So you're going to see Grace kind of, like this, take it very close up to her nose and really inspecting the Requiem for no reason at all. But we have one bullet with this, and we're going to use it a little bit later. There are strats where you can use it on different stuff. People are kind of still trying to figure out the optimal place to use it, but we'll get there when we get there. We are first going to have to make our way through this care center, and the first enemy that we're going to spot is this butcher here, and we're going to try to shimmy right past him like that. And it should be consistent for him to not hit us. Very nice. Now this light guy can sometimes grab us. He's kind of a pain. Yep, there you go. Exactly. He did give us a lunge grab though, so that's okay. Kind of don't lose too much time on that. If he bites you, it's really bad. And we get a new pistol as well that we have no handgun ammo for, but we'll get some later on.
No bullets.
Yeah. Those, so zombies can, and I'm sure we're going to see it, there are two different kinds of grabs that they tend to do. One where they actually bite you, and the other where they kind of grab you, but you're able to get out of the way. It can be a little awkward because sometimes the angle that they send you off in is like just nonsense. It's like way worse than the angle that you were going in. So you'll be going in sort of a straight line and you get grabbed by a zombie and all of a sudden you're like running into a corner, and in certain situations it's a little scary. Here's one of our only puzzles that we actually have to memorize for this run.
Yep. And it is two puzzles that we have to do here. Usually when you play an RE game and you sort of start routing it and speed running it and stuff like that, you have a whole list of like notes for all the puzzles and like all the solutions, and you're like, right, like 3 2 1 3 5 4 1 2 3, all that stuff. For this one, my notes are like 3 lines in a notepad text document because it's very dialed down in this one.
Yeah. That being said, the puzzles kind of come through in just the progression itself. Like the care center is kind of a large puzzle in a way, just getting through it with all the key items and stuff like that. So it's not a lot of memorization, which is kind of nice, but still, learning the route takes a while, just figuring out the order to do things optimally.
Oh yeah, I think a lot of people had difficulties with it the first days. We're actually gonna get a hip pouch here, which is technically optional. I think not grabbing it saves about 1 second if you don't get it, but just for this, me not having to think about my inventory too much, I'm just gonna get it. And the butcher's behind us again. We're not gonna really care about him too much. We got the East Wing key card, so we're gonna be going over there now. And what are we going to be met with here in a few moments?
So this dude has caused us all sorts of grief. You're going to see Nico grab a hemolytic converter, which is going to be really useful in a little bit. But so we're heading into the first area where you get to meet our good friend Chunk. And Chunk is kind of a problem. Not so much because he can hurt us or anything like that, but because he can block the way. And he's going to be in this hallway in a way that we really normally can't get past him. What the game, I think, intends for you to do is sort of like bait him back here and then maybe go into the room and hide out for a little bit, and then you can come back. So Chunk just spawned in. Probably hear him. There he is. And we just squeezed on by him, and we're gonna get into this door, and now we're kind of on a timer, right? Because we want to beat Chunk from going away. And that's unfortunate.
Guess we do the back off. Hope that works.
So about that timer, yeah. So here's our first singing lady. She screams at us. It's a pretty rough stagger because not only do you get staggered back, but your movement speed is actually slower, and that's a bit of a problem on this timer that we're on, trying to get back to Chunk in time. That was spooky.
A little bit.
So we're gonna get back to Chunk here right in time for him to turn around. You're gonna see Nico line up with the wall, shoot Chunk, wait for his belly to fully appear.
No.
And now, no, you got this. I believe.
Old reliable.
Nico's gonna go to 30. Nice. All right, you're right in there. I think you would have gotten it without 30. Actually, I've had that.
I wouldn't risk it.
For the classic Resident Evil move, if you don't know, you tried in any of the games, 7 Village or this. If you turn your FPS to like 30, you become very, very like everyone becomes very skinny, and you can just walk past them.
Oh
yeah, it makes you slippery. So yeah, that's always that's kind of like a nice backup that you can rely on if you're ever in a sticky situation like that.
I love the
drop the
engine.
FPS. Yeah. Which in this game you do technically lose time from dropping your FPS per speedrun rules, because going into the menu to change your options like that would actually. Exactly. Yeah. In this case, it's like if the time you save RTA is more than the time you lose in the menu, and that's that other grab type we talked about.
That was the really good one where I get turned around 180 for no reason at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that does lose a little bit of time, obviously. Yeah, shooting them is also pretty slow, so that's why I didn't really go for that. My HP is fine. On casual, you can take a decent amount of bites before you're really in trouble, and even if you go into caution, you actually heal out of caution, so it's not the biggest worry. And the biggest reason why I'm actually not healing at the moment is because we can skip a dialogue later on for a door interaction that we really want to heal for. But right here, we're going to see the chef again, and he's going to be no more.
There goes.
There he goes. And yeah.
Yeah. So that hemolytic converter, that's actually the only one we're gonna grab in the run. I know they actually do a lot with those in the Insanity run, so you'll be seeing that a lot after this. But for the purpose of pretty much every enemy in casual, except for maybe Chunk, it's an insta kill. So really kind of useful to have on a tankier enemy like the chef.
The worst.
And coming here for yeah, why is this here? I still haven't been able to figure that out. Like, who left this perfectly refrigerated
lung
organs? Lung? That's what it is. I forgot what organ was.
Yeah,
organs. And really spooky part. We were in so much danger there for all of 3 seconds before Nico took out the bulldozer driver. What's funny is there is actually a global stat tracker we were looking at. Capcom keeps track of like how people die, and dying to this bulldozer is considered a rare death. And you know, of like the 25 million people that have played this game so far, only something like 4 million people have actually died to the bulldozer.
That was one of them.
But yeah, same. Limit testing, man. You got to do it. You got to like try things out and see what happens.
Happens a lot when you're a speedrunner. You're like, can I skip this? You cannot skip.
Yeah. What happens if I just run into this like bulldozer? Will this work?
Yeah. So this is actually the first time we see an item box, really. And with the Requiem, about, what would you say, 2 hours ago, Niddle?
2 hours ago now, yeah.
Yeah. A new glitch got found. Could you explain that one while we have a little bit of downtime here?
Yeah, for sure. So crazy new glitch got found. If you're in the Requiem speedrunning community, that's pretty much the only situation where you would know about it at this point, because it's that hot and fresh off the presses. But essentially, you can overwrite the sort of item register when you swap items in the item box. You can also do it using the discard menu as Leon, and effectively you can have your pistol ammo appear as your Requiem ammo. So if you have 20 pistol bullets and you do this glitch, you can have 20 Requiem bullets. So obviously, it's like a major glitch, I would say. It's probably going to warrant a category split, where previously there wasn't really a major glitch besides, I would say, the hunk insta-kill.
Yeah, we'll see that later.
Which we won't be doing. Yeah, you'll see that later.
Not for me.
But Yeah, not for this category. So yeah, brand new glitch. You're hearing about it here probably first, but you can basically have any ammo type replace any other ammo type. So not necessarily the Requiem. If you want to have infinite or near infinite ammo for another gun as Leon, you could theoretically do that too. Yeah. So that's gonna have to be figured out just a little bit.
Very interesting. So we're coming up on the organ puzzle here. We're gonna do a interesting little tech here because this guy has no sense about anyone who's around him. So I'm just gonna nudge him out of the way a little bit, and we're just gonna do the puzzle right behind him. Usually you have to kill him before you do the puzzle, but we're just gonna do it this way instead. And then the second that this guy wakes up on the table, we're just gonna collateral them with the Requiem. And make sure we don't get grabbed by this guy. There you go. We're gonna spawn Chunk out in this hallway. There you go, we heard him move around. And then this guy needs to get out of my way. And we're gonna pick up the armband here, level 2 our wrist armband.
Nice.
And from here on...
That room's a little bit spooky just because the proximity of all those enemies. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And so Chunk is past the hallway where we need to go now. So we can go through the waiting room and go back this way as well, which is very nice. You can see him over here. Oh, no, he's actually too far gone. Never mind. And now we can go to the isolation ward, which is actually where we're going to find the last of these puzzles that we have been doing so far. To get the quartz, we need 3 quartz to get out of the care center. Unfortunately, Grace doesn't think about this too much for some reason. She could basically brute force this. I don't know, you knew exactly how many attempts she needed to do to get this done?
It's only like 9. So she knows that the puzzle solution is like star, moon, sun, or something like that, but she can't read the braille, and the etching is kind of like gone, so she's a little bit confused. But realistically, like as a pattern, that would just be like 1 1 2 3 1 1 3 2 3 3 1 2 3 3 2 1.
Yeah, especially because on the other 2 puzzle boxes, it's been the exact same line. Like the order has not changed.
Yeah, the order is the same.
But instead of doing that, we're going to be picking up a little girl named Emily over here who is blind, so she knows Braille, obviously. And we're going to be making her do it. So we're going to take her through all of this dangerous territory to make her do the puzzle box for us. Yeah. Before that, though, we're going to be doing a retry because that makes Chunk consistent when we have to get past him. Don't know why that works. Pick up this herb so we can open this door immediately instead of having to wait. And yeah, this is going to be a big reset point if you're a new runner because your line has to be pretty decent to get this timing.
It was a big reset point for me up until like yesterday, honestly.
Yeah.
I had to stop for like 20 minutes and figure this out.
There we go.
Nice. Clean. A little spooky. So you get really close to Chunk there, and this guy is just nowhere to be found.
Good RNG, nice.
If Chunk catches you with Emily, that's an insta death. Most enemies, they'll just grab and bite you if you have Emily in your arms, but Chunk will eat you. And just some nicely placed headshots here. The goal is to get all these enemies down in 4 shots total. And there's 4 enemies that we have to deal with. Once the 4th enemy is killed, there is about a 20-second timer before the door opens. So you're going to see Nico take out these dudes, grab a little bit more extra ammo before we go to the basement. And now we just wait at the door.
So there's going to be a noise here in a second. Going to hear it. There it is. That's a blister head spawning, and these enemies are terrifying, especially if you're Grace, because Grace doesn't have a lot of ammo or a lot of different weapons. Right now, I only have the Requiem, which I have no bullets in. I could have more, but slow, obviously, and the handgun ammo, which I think I would have to use basically all of them to kill this guy. But what you can do is de-aggro him, so right now he doesn't know where we are, and just sit by this door and wait.
Yep.
So this is what we're going to do.
I remember there was a lot of theories about like, oh, if you kill the guy, then it's that's what makes the timer happen and blah blah blah. And then pretty quickly we figured out, nah, after you kill the 4th dude, like it doesn't really matter what you do as long as you just sit by the door.
Yeah, exactly. So this is like the longest section I think that you're gonna play Grace casually. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would say so.
Pretty long casually.
Yeah, yeah. The care center is definitely where I think most people spend the majority of their time as Grace, for sure.
Yeah. But now we are Leon S. Kennedy, and we are about to shoot a boss. We're gonna... You saw a chunk earlier. We're going to be killing another chunk now with Leon. And I'm going to do a specific strat here where I'm going to be baiting him to the right side as I enter this room here. He's going to be munching on someone. Shoot him here. Grab the shotgun. Move to his left. He's going to go that way for some reason. I'm going to get in here. Break these boxes, which should have shotgun ammo in them only. And they do. And then from here, it is just headshots until he goes down.
Yep. And he does a strange double stagger there, which kind of just buys us more time to shoot and reload, which is great.
Yeah.
And you'll notice Nico not using that last shot in his shotgun, because if you have one shot available in the shotgun, then Leon will reload 2 at a time. So it's a little bit faster than if you drain it to 0. And that's true for almost all the guns in the game. The reload animation is a little bit longer if you fully empty out the clip.
Yeah. It's specifically this shotgun as well. For some reason, it has like a longer animation for the last bullet in the chamber. I don't know why.
Yeah.
So that's why I like reloaded 1. I also specifically didn't pick up any shotgun ammo over there because I'm going to get some over here. Very nice. And we're going to be going to the office section now, which is, I have dubbed it John Wick in my splits because that's what it feels like to play that part. You are kind of just running and gunning everyone in there. It's a part where there's going to be a lot of blisterheads spawning. And basically your whole goal is to kill everyone as fast as possible. I learned a new strat today. We're going to be, unfortunately, shooting Celine. She screams if we don't shoot her, so I'm just going to make sure she doesn't scream at me and stagger me. This guy should never be an issue if you just hold right. There we go.
And his explosion off screen is so funny.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, no, don't do it. And then it just...
There we go. And get picked up some shotgun ammo here on the way in. A little bit more here. Get a grenade. Get a little bit of healing. Pull the lever. And now, we're actually just going to be kind of waiting here.
Are you doing, get everybody in?
Coming in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every single...
A little bit surprised as to where the last guy is. Okay. I unfortunately got a little bit of bad spawns, it looks like, so I'm just going to take care of these guys the old natural way.
Yeah, you'll see there those perfect parries that just like that, where you can then do the finisher. It's a little bit different from the other parries where you just kind of like disarm them and push them back. And fortunately, when you hit those parries correctly, you can actually just do that finisher move and pop their head. Yeah. And that's about it.
Where did he go?
Oh, do you still have one more?
Where did he go?
Is he in the...
What?
I'm surprised this guy of all people is still around.
Yeah, that guy usually sits in that corner over there and slowly comes through the door, but he just decided not to.
Yeah.
So
he went in through the window.
Yeah, he went in through a window, I guess. He thought that was a better entrance. Yeah, that was unfortunately a little bit slow, but the idea is to get all the blister heads in, and then you do a double stack grenade, which is super, super nice, just kills everyone. But I'm assuming I didn't aggro one of the blister heads as I was supposed to, and that's what kind of messed it up. So that's on me. But we are getting into the underground now, and this is, I don't know if it is for you as well, Niddle, but this is one of the places I hate the most in the runs because there are so many opportunities to lose time here.
Yeah, this section is not a question of am I going to lose time? It's a question of how much time is it going to be, and am I going to need a reset off of it? Because the grabs are plentiful in this section. We can do some safety headshots. You can stagger enemies a little bit to sort of keep them at bay, but it's a little bit slow in most circumstances. And grabbing the first plug here, the general goal here is we need 3 plugs to power this. And it's kind of a classic RE situation where we're going to be using the first plug to then get another plug, and then we need a key, and then we need another key item. So it's a lot of sort of back and forth kind of. I mean, the way we do it in the speedrun, really, we only go to all of the necessary places once. But casually, this is like, you know, you'll end up putting a plug in one spot and then be like, oh, wait, that's not supposed to be there. And then you have to run all the way back. And you have the girl chasing you. She shows up just kind of randomly throughout sections. It is sort of inconsistent where she shows up for the most part. Thanks to our routing, she should only show up in the spots that we know she's going to show up. But every once in a while, she'll just like get you. Like she'll just like show up and be like, I'm in this room now. And it can be kind of problematic because with all these zombies shambling around, it's a little claustrophobic.
Oh, yeah. And this room is complete bait. Don't put a plug in there ever. Or if you're playing casually. You should see at least what happens if you do it, you know? You gotta figure out, you gotta investigate.
Well, there's I think there's a zombie kill that you can get there if you get them into the puddle. Yeah, with the electric wires, they could die to that. It's pretty cool.
I see. Interesting. So yeah, this is a part where the girl is going to show up. There is I don't remember what it's called, this thing. My English is not that good. Let's see here.
It is a square socket. My English is great, and I kind of forgot what it was called, so.
Yeah. We're going to be doing the same thing that we did in the intro a little bit, where we're actually going to be baiting her over here, because she's blocking where we want to leave. So we're going to be taking a bite here. I'm just going to go right through her, because for some reason you can just do that if you take a bite from her and get through the hole again.
Yeah. I call that the bite of 87.
The bite of 87. That's a good one.
But yeah, there's a weird sort of cooldown on that fence. And that's the reason why we need her to step so far away. If she's anywhere near that fence, there's like a 15-second timer before you can go through it. And it's so frustrating. In this difficulty, like, she's not much of a threat to us other than as a time loss.
Yeah. Just making sure I get both of those plugs in. Very nice. And you are seeing me do a little bit of safety shots here and there. That's just so I don't take a billion damage and accidentally lose the run. We don't want to do that, obviously.
Yeah. Optimally, we kind of YOLO a lot of this stuff where we just kind of ignore and pray. And, you know, it's sort of one of those things where the perfect run is out there. Like, there's a unicorn somewhere out there.
Oh, yeah. But it's not going to be this one. It will be way too risky. We're going to get the forklift key here, and then we're actually not going to be using this forklift right here because we need to use it on the other side of the map. Obviously, everybody. We all know how Mario games work.
Yeah, there's a hip pouch if you use that forklift. We don't, as Nico mentioned, we're good on inventory space. Yeah.
You're going to see me strafing here and looking at the wall. That neglects the jump scare coming out from the girl there.
Yep.
Probably got a lot of you. Yep. That is RE7 tech, Marvin tech, as we call it. And this guy is going to be here again. We do need the plugs, though, so he needs to get out of my way. Yoink, yoink. There we go. And where is this guy in the white suit? Or not white suit, but the white thingy. Oh, he's in a decent position. Okay. I took that one. I felt pretty safe there. And that guy didn't grab me. That was bold. A little bit, maybe. Okay, so this guy's dead. I did that on purpose to make sure, because you have to go through here like 3-4 times. So I did that to make sure that guy wouldn't annoy us later on. And
this part,
hopefully she doesn't grab me.
I think you're good from her. The dude. Okay, you're good. Yeah, so that part, you have both the guy waking up and the girl to worry about.
Yeah.
And technically you can put the forklift key in first, but it almost guarantees you're getting grabbed.
Almost. Okay, please don't grab me, sir. Okay, he didn't grab me.
And that guy too, yeah.
That's good. Okay, we're getting the cycle nicely.
Yeah.
I've never gotten in my PB, by the way, so that's, you know, fantastic.
I was gonna say, oh no. I was gonna say, if you bonk into the hanging dudes, they will sometimes grab you. Kind of depends on the area that you're in, and so it's sort of this weird game of like that other guy falls down and then he can grab you, and if he throws you off, now you're on a bad cycle and you're guaranteed to get grabbed by the dudes that are hanging, and it's just like you can go from a perfectly clean run to 20 seconds of time loss in that one section alone. It's pretty brutal.
It is very brutal. But everything's good. We only got grabbed once. And now we can jump down. And oh no, we're stuck, Diddle. Help me.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, we're hanging out in the, this is the fruit punch processing unit. And as you can see, we drained the fruit punch and now we're on a conveyor belt. And we just kind of have to wait here until this process is done.
Speaking of waiting,
a lot of people...
There's something with like with the final puzzle that you've done. There was something in this room, wasn't there?
I suppose now is a good time to talk about it. Right. So there is a elusive final puzzle challenge in this game, and it was really difficult for us to sort of get as far as we did naturally before data miners came and were like, actually it's a really obscure solution that nobody has even come close to figuring out yet. So yeah, it requires you to wait in this room for 15 minutes while you wait for corpses to fall into the fruit punch vat. And I had to do that probably 5 or 6 times, because in the early period when the puzzle was being figured out, nobody exactly knew how long you had to wait or what steps were involved to get all of the things right. And so we did this section so many times, and we played a lot of GeoGuessr, man. We just sat around in this room waiting for enough blood to be processed that we could get this Easter egg. It's a lot of fun. One time. Exactly one time. And then that's it. That's enough.
Yeah, you're gonna see me stand very far away from those, by the way, because if you get remotely close to them, you just get yoinked in.
Yeah, that's a lesson that I think everybody learns. They're like, oh, how close can I get to the ladder before it falls?
Not that close.
Turns out, not that close. Yeah.
And a little bit of a safety.
An herb.
Make sure we're full HP.
Yeah.
Also, might have noticed that I made sure that I had 7 bullets and nothing more. Mm-hmm. And that's very important for my items that I'm going to be picking up, because I actually don't have space to have any extra handgun ammo from this point on.
Yeah. Yeah, so, and similarly with the heal, we can't really stock up on herbs because our inventory is going to be exactly full when we have all 3 of these plugs. Theoretically, there is some routing that you could do where you drop off some of the quartz cubes before we get to this section, but it's Nico mentioned it earlier. It's a 1 second time difference.
I totally hit that guy, by the way.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, the bullet.
Yeah, yeah.
Totally.
I hit him. Don't worry about it.
Aim labs, by the way.
Bloom. Oh,
yeah.
Oh no, that guy turns into a blister. That's not good.
Yeah, so there is a chance that enemies that you kill turn into blister heads. So it is kind of a gamble on certain enemies that you kill, because no, you're good.
We're fine.
He whiffs. He whiffs every time. I've seen you win these.
Never had him be a blister head before, so that was kind of scary. I need him to go.
I've had it be that guy before, because I killed him right here by the plug, and then he came back later and he was like, "Hey, remember me?" And, yeah, it wasn't great.
I remember.
I remember. So we have all the joint plugs. We are ready to leave this section. We activate the power and we get Emily back. Right, that's what we were down here for.
Oh yeah,
Emily was in.
The girl kidnapped Emily, by the way.
Yeah, the girl kidnapped Emily, brought her down to one of these cells down in the basement underneath this care center. Classic RE. It's why is this evil lab underneath this other seemingly innocuous place? But yeah, we're heading out of here. A little bit of mashing, of course, yeah.
Mashing is actually faster than holding, we found out.
Yeah,
so if you are
definitely.
a speedrunner and you're not doing that, get on the mashing train.
I use both hands. Somebody was like, how do you mash so fast? I was like, dude, I rapid fire, double fisted style do that, you know?
Poor Emily. This poor girl goes through so much through this game.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really, really sad. She's very, very, very adorable. We are going to be stopped here, though, in the elevator by the girl. She's going to be showing up here in about 2 seconds? 2 minutes, I was going to say. It's going to be a long elevator.
You know, This spot actually jump scares me like every time because
Really?
the game does such a good job of like going so quiet, and then all of a sudden it's the loudest thing you've ever heard in your life.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it gets me every time.
Gonna be doing some more mashing here. And
We're almost out of the care center.
we can
got everything we
finally
need.
leave the care center. This
Hooray.
is the part of the run where if you are a speedrunner and you're doing PB attempts, if you're minus here, you're feeling good. You're like, okay, we're at least out of care center.
Yeah. It's definitely like a tough section in terms of a single grab can potentially throw everything out of whack.
Oh, yeah.
And we're sort of like relying on certain RNG and sort of like cycles from certain things, where, you know, if you're a little late getting to an area, a zombie might be in a spot that you're not expecting. But for the most part, you know, doing the puzzles and stuff is all relatively straightforward. We're kind of just grabbing the things as quickly as we need and minimizing anything in between just to make it fast. And look at that. Fortunately, there's a chopper right here.
There's a chopper there. And we meet Harry. And don't worry,
Yeah.
Harry will definitely survive what is about to happen. To get the helicopter to work, we need the key, the helicopter key. It's just called heli key. So we need to do a little bit of puzzling, and we need to go into another underground lab.
Yeah. Once again, always the underground lab underneath every building in Resident Evil.
Also, I like the RE Village reference to that part.
Oh yeah, so the bottle that puzzle is in is the Sanguis Virginis, which is the
Yes.
Lady
Virgin's
Dimitrescu
blood.
one.
Yeah, Lady Dimitrescu's wine from RE Village. There's a lot of little sort of, I mean, you know, straight up, they reused models from previous games. That chessboard also, that's the elegant chessboard from RE4R. But yeah, there's a lot of just reused sort of throwback models. I think they're done tastefully. I like it. I like the fan service.
My favorite ones is in RE7 Village, you see this beer called Dolby Beer.
yeah.
Which I guess they really liked modeling that because one, I think they have an advertisement for Dolby Beer in this game.
Yes.
More importantly, I think you can find it in Ethan's fridge, or you find like some of the fridges in RE8. But it's funny because like it's a local Louisiana beer, but it's showing up in like basically Romania, and it's like, why are you importing this?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Who wants is it that good? The Dolby beer?
It must be.
Yeah. There's a billboard later that you can't miss it that says Dolby beer. And it's time for a little bloodbath. Oh, you grabbed this one.
Yeah, I'm grabbing this for safety.
Well, I mean, I didn't know there was one over here. But yeah, so while you're holding this little fire extinguisher, which has like anti-bioweapon juice or whatever, we're not actually going to use the fire extinguisher. It's just to keep enemies from grabbing you. For some reason, they do not grab you. I guess because they didn't want to do the grab animation when you're holding the thing. I don't know. So we pick it up, but we don't use it just so we can run through that entire section.
Yeah.
And here is going to...
Yeah, go.
Yeah, this is going to be the first part, and really the only part in the run, where you see us go to third person, and you can immediately understand why, I think. Grace, in some of these running, stumbling sections, moves like 50% faster in third person compared to first. Other than the spots where she totally like falls and, you know, goes face first
like
into
this?
the blood. Yeah, other than those parts, or sorry, fruit punch.
Fruit punch.
Other than those parts, it is faster, and even with her stumbling, it is still faster than being in first person.
Yeah.
So this is really the only time you'll see it. Enjoy the third person view while you can, because we're going back to first person.
You know what I just realized with that too?
What?
I think they borrowed that idea from Clock Tower 3.
Oh, so that's
Third
what we have
person
to blame.
stumbling.
So that's who we have to blame for stumbling.
Back in 2002, 2003, that was actually developed in part with Capcom. Capcom made the game,
Oh yeah.
The IP was held by Sunsoft, but Capcom has ownership, like partial ownership of Clock Tower. And once you hit the panic state, what will happen is you get a slight movement speed buff, but you run like a duck, and you have random tripping, which you lose total. It's much worse than this. I'll tell you that much. It is much worse than this one.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's annoying enough in this game at least.
Oh, it's annoying there too.
Yeah. Okay, bring us up to speed, Little, because a bunch of stuff just happened, and now we're Leon.
Right. So Grace escaped, and then you never get in the first helicopter in a Resident Evil game, and that is evidenced by how the helicopter totally crashed and exploded within seconds of it taking off. And now we are Leon. We have to protect Grace while she tries to get into this church here. And this section, it is very interesting, actually, how this section was kind of like figured out. But the goal here is we need to kill 14 enemies, and I think like 3 of them are kind of obscured. You have to sort of wait for them to poke their heads out so we can actually shoot them, and the other sort of 9 of them, I think we can just get straight off the rip. So you're gonna see Nico come around here, and that's specifically to get this dude who is hiding perfectly behind a pillar. And this guy also that he was aiming for is really annoying. Sometimes he's a little bit further ahead, sometimes he's a little bit further back. The other night, I think I found a consistent, quote unquote, way to hit him. Yeah, like you could just barely make out.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, you could just barely make out his head, like sort of bobbing back and forth. And now we have 3 dudes left, I believe. There is a second chef, even though we exploded the first chef. I guess there's an outdoor chef in the care center. They don't mention him in the notes. Kind of bothers me.
It's his twin. Don't worry too much about it.
It's his twin. Yeah, and you can see just the top of his head right there. Nice. Yeah, sometimes he hangs out right underneath the lip of like the roof of the house, and it's a pain to shoot him. That was a great section.
Thank you. Yeah, sometimes his idle animation will have him like sway back and forth. You can shoot him a little bit earlier, but no gas on that one, unfortunately. So we're just going to be going ahead, and we're going to be going straight into another boss, which is something called a Blisterborn, also known as BB. At least that's what I'm coining it as at the moment.
Oh, I thought that stood for Big Boy. I thought that's what we were calling him.
Well, that works too. Let's get into it.
Yeah, so despite what the game would have you believe, we do not want to hit this guy's weak spots at all. If you hit his weak spots, it spawns in ads. And if you just shoot him in the head, in casual, I think it's like 10 shots with the sniper, kills him immediately, and he just explodes. There's a whole bunch of extra enemies in here that we don't have to deal with. Is it 7? It might be 7.
Oh, lucky.
There is a bit of a weirdness with scope aiming in this game. I think every runner has experienced it where they're like, I don't know what the scope is doing to my brain, but it's making it harder to hit my shots somehow.
It's like a little bit of
that's
way and him like moving around as well. It's like perfectly annoying.
Yeah, but that's pretty much how we want to do that room exactly. Just shoot him in the head, he explodes, and GG.
Thank you. Yeah, I do a little bit of safety there where we shoot the barrel as well to keep him stun locked a little bit longer. But once he starts moving and he starts swaying his arms around and his head around, it becomes really, really hard to actually consistently hit his head and not hit his weak points. The most important thing is not hitting his weak points because, like Niddle said, if you do hit him, you will spawn ads, and they're what are they called? Blister heads, which are just the most tanky enemies in the game.
Yeah, like if we spawned all the ads there and had to fight all of the enemies that can spawn there, it would be like almost all of our ammo right in that section. Like, it's just kind of rough.
It really is.
Now we're back as Grace.
I just you might have noticed that we have the SRT up. We should maybe address that as well.
Oh right, yeah. So there's some So there's some numbers in the top left of the screen. Right, we should definitely explain that. And that's an SRT or speed run tool. This is the official one that is being supported and allowed on the speedrun leaderboard. And the basic gist of an SRT is it shows us our rank. So you'll see that's essentially our DA rank, or adaptive difficulty or difficulty adjustment rank. And then you'll see player, that's our health. So Grace has a slightly smaller health pool by default than Leon. And then underneath that, you'll see enemies. And right now, it's showing the girl 16 times because the girl is the only enemy in this area. But for some reason, her HP is being read 16 times. The SRT is still a work in progress. Disclaimer, TM, your mileage may vary, etc. But yeah, that's the gist of the SRT.
Yeah. And you can see she has a lot of HP and she took no damage from me shooting her, actually.
Yeah. So you can't kill her here. Yeah.
Yeah, you can stagger her though, which is what we're going to do twice in this area. The routing is pretty specific with where we want to go because it depends on where she spawns. So we do this room first because if you don't do that room first, she actually busts through that window and kind of does like a jump scare thing, which we want to avoid, obviously.
Yeah.
She basically takes you from the lever.
Yeah, you can technically do this the opposite way, going around the other way, but it's just a little bit slower due to that weird jump scare you get in that one room.
Yeah.
But yeah, you also saw Nico grab some extra Requiem bullets. These are less for Grace and more for Leon, because we will be giving the Requiem back to Leon later.
Yeah, she actually tosses it on the floor because she's upset with him, but we'll get to why she gets upset here in a second.
And then another stagger there. We don't technically need to stagger her to do this. It just puts her closer to the exit of the room, which is kind of nice because otherwise she'll just body block completely and we have to wait for her to get out of the way.
Exactly. So you save about like, I think 3 seconds or something doing this, so you don't have to wait for this animation.
Mm-hmm.
And
the girl is weak to light, by the way, and so we are trying to open the roof hatch and thus kill the girl. That is the plan.
I'm going to be picking up 1 extra bullet here for Leon later. And now we are going to be, unfortunately, saying goodbye to the girl. I say unfortunately because I know the lore, and it is very, very tragic who the girl actually is.
Yeah.
Getting out of here. Get out of the fucking room.
And we're going to be skipping the cutscene here in a second, so you might need to explain what's going to happen here, Little. This is going to look
weird. So the girl dies, and then Emily is not going to be as she once was, and Grace is going to be like, don't shoot her, don't do it, and we're going to like only aim for the vitals. We're going to try and hit her only in the weak spot, and that was pretty good. You can optimally do it in like 3 shots, I think.
Yeah, 3 shots is optimal. It's just when she's swinging around.
Yeah, there's like some crazy aim correction that happens there because the game really doesn't want you to shoot the weak spots due to sort of plot reasons. But yeah, we go for vitals only on this.
Yep. And now we're Leon, and where are we, Little?
We are in Raccoon City. We are back after all these years. It's still standing. It's crazy.
Kind of. Standing.
Well, yeah, it's mostly standing. But yeah, we are back in Raccoon City. This is sort of the major Leon section. This game has a really good balance casually, just to talk about that. Like, as soon as you start to say, I'm kind of bored of Grace, I want more Leon action, the game gives you more Leon action, and then it gives it to you for a little while, and then it puts you back in Grace for a really long time, and you're like, man, where's Leon? Leon's cool. And now we get like this big chunk of time where we really get to play as Leon, almost so much that we kind of go, man, where's Grace at after a little while, you know?
Just really quickly, if anyone has arachnophobia, just a clear warning right now. The next 2-3 minutes
spider
is going to be
incoming.
A lot of spiders, just so you know.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure. Close your eyes from now on, and I'll say when you can open them.
Yeah, I still think we should allow a mod to change the spider to Thomas the Tank Engine, just for...
I would love anything that allows people to play the game with arachnophobia mode on or something. The problem is the hitboxes, etc. If it changes that, we just don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, this is sort of a throwback. We're getting a lot of throwbacks in the Raccoon City section, understandably. But yeah, so we have spiders, which is kind of a reference to the earlier Resident Evil games. There's a lot of sort of just enemies and monsters and bioweapons from earlier games that we're going to get into. But yeah, just kind of, this is a scripted section. You can do some damage to the spider, as you saw Nico putting some sniper rounds into him, but you cannot kill the spider here. So we're just kind of running towards the actual fight, the arena, where we can fight the spider, and we're going to dispatch him very, very quickly. These little spider dudes here, these are the ones that freak me out. Like, the big spider I can deal with. It's the little ones, and when they like do that thing where they raise their arms, I'm like, creeps me out, man. Parrying the spider at the window there, bold move, nice.
You can do it reliably. You parry it once and you can just run through.
I usually just run through without parrying. But yeah, hitting the weak spot here, nice. The goal is to put a Requiem shot into him so that he turns around like that and staggers, and then we are able to just shotgun, and spiders are gone. No more spiders for now.
Spiders are gone for the entire run from here on out.
Yeah.
You can open your eyes again.
Yeah. You get a few more in Insanity, actually. They throw some extra ones in. But
yeah, just to be very mean.
Yeah, for casual, we are good on the spiders.
And this is where the map really opens up for Leon. From here on out, we need to get, 3 detonator parts and a repair kit, I believe it is.
Yes. Yeah. So Leon finds out that there's this big gate kind of blocking the exit from Raccoon City where we need to go. And in order to get through that gate, somebody has set up a like half of a explosive. And now we just need to find the remaining parts so that we can blow the gate open and get out of there. So this section is it's not exactly open world, and certainly in the speed run we're going to be making it look extremely linear, but this is sort of the most freedom that you get in the game as Leon in terms of like where you can go. There's kind of like several options, several different ways you can go to get things done, and it's sort of just preference casually, and you know how you naturally progress, which is fun. I like that.
For sure.
For speedrun routing, though, we make it only the direct route. We are only doing the absolute necessary things, and we are cutting out all of the backtracking and wandering around that you would naturally do. So coming through here, we need to essentially do a few things here, and we are going to get the batteries to get us through another door before we can actually start collecting these detonator parts. So that's what this first area is.
Yeah, we're gonna get the apartment keys first because that's where we need to go next, and we need to look at some of the point of interest that we need to go through. Very Ubisoft coded. But we're actually going to save a little bit of time doing that by a new trick that got found by, I think it was QAQ actually. So shout out to him. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be throwing a grenade after we interact with this. Right here, interact. And that's going to stagger Leon out of it. Oh, I got staggered very far away, unfortunately. But yeah, that actually skips a dialogue.
Yeah. So Leon has been communicating with Sherry, spoiler alert, and she's kind of been helping us and guiding our way through here. And the less we talk to her, the better in terms of time save. No, Sherry's great. She's a homie.
But yeah. In terms of time save, we need to talk to her as little as possible.
Yeah.
So our loadout right now is looking like a pistol, a shotgun, grenades, a sniper, and a Requiem. Which seems like a pretty decent loadout, but I think we can make it a little bit better later on. What do you think, Niddle?
I think so. I think we can improve it. Yeah, so the game did introduce a shop mechanic. You probably briefly saw the screen, and then we immediately quit out of it because we don't need to use the shop for quite some time, actually. Yeah. And that's partly to be optimal and, you know, have essentially one major shop visit in the run. And that's also because we literally just don't need it right now. Like, we don't need the extra firepower at the moment. We're going to want it later for sure. But for now, we're not really concerned about it. And the game also introduces, obviously, with a shop, a credit system where basically the BSAA is awarding people for killing not only bioweapons but just like all other humans too. So there's like this like they've gamified murder, and so you wear this tracking bracelet and somehow it keeps track of the people that you're killing. So that's fun. So we're gonna get points that way. And Nico's lining up for a grenade here. That's because there is a BB on the other side of the door. And if done correctly, he is now staggered, and we are able to just kind of YOLO this valve handle. This is a bit of a trolley sort of section. It can go wrong like really easily for no reason. But that was clean.
Thank you. So yeah, the zombies, for some reason in this game, will not aggro onto you. Will not aggro onto you if you don't look at them. That guy really knew his timing there. That was crazy, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've seen it with RE Village a little bit, where in the Chris section, if you don't look at the lichens during that like laser part, they don't really bother you, or if they hit you, it's like once every 15 seconds or something like that. Similarly, in this, if we just kind of don't look at the enemies, it's out of sight, out of mind, and they for the most part, they won't bother you.
For the most part.
So yeah, that's it's gonna come up later, but that also kind of lends itself. I've seen a lot of people ask, they're like, oh, how are you not getting grabbed all the time and blah blah blah, and the answer is we look away. Like, you know, the reason why we strafe past certain
just
enemies,
say no.
And we just kind of keep our eyes, you know, down at the floor, or we look at a nearby wall, and as long as it doesn't exist in our eye, it doesn't exist for real. So we're good.
Exactly. New weapon acquired, the SMG. We're going to be using it for one boss and one boss only.
Yeah. Up until just sort of recently, we were literally not using the SMG for maybe using it for like breaking crates open, but
yeah,
otherwise not really. Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise we would just sell it. Yeah. But now it has a purpose. So that's kind of cool. And coming out here, we are going to get the BSAA container key. There is a container in that little camp that we were at that has a repair kit for the explosive that we are going to build. So this is an important key item. And despite what initial routing would have you believe, we get that key and then we immediately go across the street to this gas station. I know a lot of people, they were going in and doing the whole mortar section and a lot of that, but the route has, yeah, I was doing it too. So yeah, I know, like, you know, first week, everybody was kind of set on that, and everybody, you know, it was sort of like, hey guys, it's faster if we do this first. And everybody does it once and they're immediately like, oh yeah, that's way faster. What was I thinking? Like, there's a secret door that nobody knew about, of course.
I mean, it's funny because casually I had no idea that door even existed, because it is.
Yeah, I didn't go through that door. Yeah,
it's two shortcuts to the same place, so like makes no sense actually. But anyway, gas station.
Yeah, our second chainsaw in the game, and another chainsaw that we are not going to be using at all. It's unfortunate. The chainsaw, I wish it was a better weapon than it was.
Oh yeah.
I was just kind of talking about this earlier. I was like, man, it sort of feels like a missed opportunity not having the chainsaw be like an inventory item that you can then pull out on a boss for huge damage or something like that. But the chainsaws are locked to specific sections, and you can only kill like 3 enemies before it gets stuck in one of them, and it's just like generally slow, so we're not going to be doing it.
Unfortunately.
And just making quick work of all these zombies. We are essentially trying to kill as fast as we can because we're stuck in this section, and we are waiting for this big chainsaw dude to spawn. I don't know if these enemies have a specific name. This guy like busts out of a police van, so I think the assumption is that he's like some sort of hardened criminal for some reason, has a helmet. So we go for body shots only on that guy. And that double stacked nade also does a ton of damage to him.
Oh yeah. There's a new strat brewing that I saw some of the Insanity runners use that I'm very, very excited to try out. But I didn't want to first try it here, obviously. That would be very, very silly. But yeah, double stack nade, 1 Requiem, a couple shotguns, and he is just history.
Yeah. And now we have a gas can, which we can use to power a generator to get us into a door. That then kind of gets us another key item. And that's kind of like the gist of this whole section. It's like I get the one key item to get more key item to get another key item to progress.
Yeah. So, yeah, we got the first part, I think. We got the first part of the detonator, right? I think. At this point.
No, I don't think we don't have any detonator parts yet.
Oh no, we don't actually. It's in the apartments here that we're gonna get the first one. Correct.
Or no. Sorry. You get the first part when you talk to Sherry. Yeah. You're right. My bad.
Yes. So we have one part. We're getting the second part up here in the place that we call mortar, and Little can explain exactly why it is we call it the mortar section.
Yeah, so first we need to get a crank for this door. Of course, I don't know why there would ever be a crank-operated door like this, but we get this crank. There's a little hold prompt to open this door first. And yeah, on the roof of this building, there's a bunch of ex-military, presumably BSAA dudes that have all been zombified. And unlike previous RE games, the zombies in this game kind of like remember their occupations. They have some level of like memory about their past lives as humans. And so the dudes that died with Uzis in their hands continue blasting those Uzis, and the dudes that died at the mortars continue firing those mortars.
Unfortunately.
And yeah, this section is just kind of like, you can go from 100%. Yeah, you can go from 100% HP to 0, like without being able to do anything at all. Like the chain stun locking of like getting hit by a mortar, and then you get grabbed, and then the machine gun guys hit you. But yeah.
Yeah. So there's a case there that we need because it has some more credits in it. This guy, I don't want to deal with, and neither do I want to deal with this guy. They are really good at grabbing. We're gonna be jumping up here. And I'm going to be doing a little bit of a safety strat. Hopefully it works. If this guy... Oh, I got hit by a mortar and some SMG.
Yeah, so the staggering is just crazy in this part.
Okay, hopefully
blow that guy up.
He died. Okay, good. And it woke up this guy.
Nice. Got the execution animation at least.
Yeah, make it cool, as you say.
Yeah.
All right, that should take care of most of those, thankfully. And now we get the second detonator part.
Yep.
I'm gonna combine it with the other one. And then, oh, he has a grenade. Oh, no. Please, no. Thank you.
Oh, I think you bounced on that guy's head.
Optimal.
Yeah, actually, you like there was a dude standing there, and you actually like kind of just bonked off his head. You were in midair for like half a second. That was pretty cool.
Don't want to get grabbed by these guys either, and we take a little bit of extra cash. There we go.
Nice.
All right, that's some more.
All things considered, yeah, well done. It's like a really annoying part. You could just get kind of like battered around, and there's not much you can do. Just as you saw, like those machine gun guys, they hit you, and that causes a stagger, and then the mortar falls near you, and that causes a stagger, and then you can get grabbed, and it's just like one thing leads to another.
Oh yeah. And that's the door, by the way. The shortcut back to.
Oh yeah.
That people don't know about.
I did not know about that door casually at all. There's just a little cheeky shortcut door. There's like a separate area where you can lower a crane thing to like drop a bridge. Yeah, right there. And people originally were routing that in, and then somebody came along and was like, hey, you guys know about this door? Yeah. And everybody was like, oh, the door.
Yeah, someone came in my stream once as I was routing and running this game, and they were like, why do you go this way? And I said, what do you mean by that?
There's another way?
Is there another way? They were like, yeah, there's a door in the BSAA apartment. I was like, what?
Yeah, somebody was like, just go through that dark hallway that like you would never really think to go through.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah.
We're getting to the really, really weird part of this place.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a really kind of cool...
Apartments.
Yeah, it's kind of like a cool, unique section, I would say, for an RE game. Sort of like almost like a Last of Us sort of vibe, you know, just with like you're in a urban environment for once, and it's like not a, you know, spooky mansion. Yeah. But yeah, kind of a cool little section. But we're mostly just going to be traversing it. We're not going to be admiring. Like there's a lot of extra stuff that they did. Like there's a bunch of like boarded up rooms and like extra stuff that you can explore. But the way we do it, we're not going to be seeing any of that.
Absolutely. Also, vertigo warning, I guess, if you do suffer.
I've heard some people say that this part kind of throws them off just because it's all diagonal and weird. Oh man, the balancing section. Oh, dude, be careful. Be careful.
I got this. It's got a
careful, SpongeBob.
SpongeBob. Oh Lord. Yeah, you can just hold over here. It's completely fine.
Yeah, you can't fall off that.
Yeah, this looks very weird in first person.
It's like the sideways jumps are kind of bizarre, right?
Yeah. All right, we can jump.
I can understand how some people would be like, yeah, this is a little nauseating.
Oh yeah, for sure. Do a bunch of tapping here. Because we are playing new game casual, we do have to wipe our saves to do the full game. So not all of my settings have been saved. So my double binding hasn't been saved, for example. So it's taking me a little bit longer to mash those.
Yeah. So as mentioned, when you do a full game, new game run, right? No new game plus stuff. There is no way to just start a fresh new game by default. I'm not exactly sure why Capcom did this, but basically once you beat the game, every game thereafter is technically new game plus, and there's no real option to disable that or turn off some of the things that come with new game plus. You can turn off infinite ammo, you can turn off infinite rocket launcher and all that stuff, but all of the items are still available in the shop. As you'll see in Insanity, like the item boxes appear earlier in the game when you do a new game plus. So yeah, just kind of a weird choice. If there's one thing I would like to see them patch in, it would be the option to
full new game.
Full new game from the main menu without having to wipe our saves, because it is kind of annoying having to swap out save files just to start a new run and stuff.
Yeah, basically, essentially, your first playthrough is going to be new game ever, if you don't care about speedrunning and stuff like that, obviously, and like going in and wiping your saves. So it's a little bit unfortunate that they made that decision.
It's weird though, because I know I've seen the complaint, but even from a non-speedrunning perspective, there are plenty of other people who just casually want to do their own challenge run or do something else, and they're like, I literally can't, and if you're on console, wow, that's unfortunate.
We're fine. It's fine. Whoa,
if you're on,
we're fine.
Oh my god. Hung around long enough to see them spawn, that's not good.
That's fine.
Yeah, if you're on console, it could be a little annoying to like wipe your saves, and maybe like you have to start a new PSN account and game share, or like it's not great.
Console community once again just not getting the love that they deserve, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we took a little bit of damage there, but it's okay. We have a safety heal here, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna probably regret it. I have never died here, so nothing is going to happen. Yeah.
Oh, it's really funny if you die here. Oh, I know. Man, it'd be so funny.
There is the chainsaw guy, but usually he's pretty idle, so should be okay. This is
if you get blowed up here, you just fall into the abyss. It's actually hilarious.
Yep, everything's fine. See, easy game.
Yeah,
what? Okay, Leon just.
I don't know what that. he just like tripped.
I don't know what that was. He did a grace. That's okay. All right, this section here, usually it's completely fine to just AFK, look up, and let all the zombies do their thing. But because we are going to be upgrading the SMG, I do require a little bit more credit, a little bit more money. Also, I found out today that if you look at this wall here, one of the zombies spawns through it, which is really funny.
Yeah, he just like phases in, sort of.
Yeah, that wall just doesn't exist for some reason. But yeah, because we need the extra money, I am going to shoot and kill as many zombies as I can here on this little lift.
Unlike the sort of like RE4 lift section, this is just entirely timed. There is nothing we can really do to speed this up.
From what we know.
You could sit around. Currently, as it stands at this moment. If somebody has a way to speed this up that they've figured out, get in touch.
Yeah,
let us know.
Please do.
Yeah. But yeah, for the most part, we're just kind of waiting. It's essentially an auto scroller. It is a good time to rack up some extra money though, just with all these enemies spawning here, and they're all kind of free kills for the most part. It's really easy to just knock them off with a single shotgun shot.
Yeah,
You know, this
the
actually
only
works
one.
out.
Go.
Quick question about the route. I don't know if you talked about it yet. And I guess portion like this might make sense for it. Does DA matter a lot in this run?
In casual, no.
Great. Yeah. Well, yeah, great question. I've experimented a lot with DA. I love sort of finding ways to exploit DA, adaptive difficulty, which is basically, you know, the game gets harder if you play well, and the game gets easier if you play poorly, whether intentionally or not. And in other RE games, we can manipulate that to effectively speed up boss fights and make certain things easier and strats more consistent and stuff like that. As it stands, there is no real value of manipulating DA in RE Requiem, and part of the reason for that is because DA is actually separate between Grace and Leon.
Yeah.
So when you switch between the two characters, they each have their own independent DA. So having a high DA on Leon doesn't necessarily mean that it's high on Grace, and vice versa. So you know, we've theorized like, oh, can we take some extra damage as Grace to like speed things up or make enemies easier or whatever? And there hasn't really been an application where it's worthwhile. So for now, DA is not routed in really any of the categories as far as I know.
I think standard might have a little bit of DA manipulation on the lift, especially. If I'm not mistaken, Jordan, who is one of the best standard routers and runners, has made it so that his DA drops while on the lift, because you can take something called a backbite, which continuously just drops your DA because you have to mash out of it, so it doesn't ever end.
Oh, and if you just stand and take the damage, you just that's a kind of interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say the only section I could imagine DA being worth manipulating. By the way, motorcycle chase section, as cool as it is, there's really not a lot going on in terms of gameplay. But yeah, it would be interesting to see if there's like, you know, a massive difference anywhere in casual for us to take DA. Like if it speeds up, you know, the Plant 43 boss fight or something like that in a meaningful way where it's worth doing, then maybe that could be worth. I have to see what Joy is doing.
Now you're interested.
Yeah, now I'm intrigued. Yeah. Now actually, maybe there's...
The problem is you do have to kill so much stuff as Leon organically that our DA right now is at the highest that it can be, with like a rank at
2.
least. Yeah, it's rank 2. Yeah. That's the highest we can go. So it's pretty difficult to get it to rank 1 and keep it down there until we want it to go higher.
Yeah. Yeah, just with the sheer amount of stuff that you kill as Leon, you know. And just to explain further, so things like attacking enemies will increase your rank, meaning the game says, oh, you're playing well, so I'm going to make the game harder. And taking damage will decrease your rank, as well as using healing items. So if you're at very low health and you use a full heal, your DA rank will actually drop by the amount that you healed. So in the case of standard, I could see them taking a bunch of damage and then using a full heal, and that would absolutely tank it would be equivalent to like taking a death without the time loss of taking a death.
Exactly.
And
you're doing it in a section that, you know, you're not doing.
Yeah, it's an auto scroller. Yeah, now that you say that, that's actually...
It's very, very
smart. Try something.
Little's gonna boot up stream.
Yeah. Back to the labs.
But yeah, no, this section is just a complete auto scroller. You just have to shoot a little bit. On Insanity, you can actually die here fairly easily if you don't shoot well, so gotta be careful of that. And speaking of Insanity as well, DA on Insanity is just locked, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
To the highest?
Yeah, it's just locked at the highest rank, so you're always at rank 9 DA on Insanity.
So you are always taking
realistically
damage and doing the minimal damage.
Yeah, and realistically, I don't think there's anywhere that they could take damage without the risk of just instantly dying. You know what I mean? To manipulate DA, like even if they did have the leeway of multiple ranks, I think it would still be pretty much a no-go.
For sure. And this section is all but over,
cool.
by the way.
Yeah.
Hands off from now on.
It's funny. There's a sign at the start of the section that I forgot to point out that says like "just steer" or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's the game telling you like, yeah, you can press like A and D, you can like steer left and right, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't. It doesn't change anything about how this section goes down. It's not like you actually have to dodge anything. It sort of felt like they were maybe thinking about doing that, and then they last minute were like, yeah, you know what, never mind.
I think they remembered the snowmobile section in RE6 and said, let's not do that again.
yeah, they were like, you know what, maybe that didn't work out so good the first time, so. And now we joust.
And we win.
And we win. Yeah, so the dude that we were jousting against, that's Victor Gideon. He's important.
By the way.
Yeah, don't worry about him. Well, it's funny because actually that's how the game sort of treats it. It's like he's important. He's been in the background the whole time. Don't worry about it too much. Like yeah. The whole Spencer thing. Yeah, he was there in the background, but he was
for all intents and purposes, he is basically behind everything that's happening so far. Like Grace getting kidnapped, Grace being sent to the crime as well, to the first place. Am I mistaken?
I'm not sure
if it's like implied.
I don't know. I honestly I thought that the twist was going to be that the chief that sends Grace was somehow in on it the whole time.
Ooh, the connection.
But yeah, right. Like he was involved in the connections. But I don't think that ended up being the case. I think he was just kind of incompetent and he was not able to read the room correctly. So yeah.
I can work with that.
But we're back in RPD.
Wow.
Yeah. Hooray.
A lot of nostalgia.
Yeah. We're not here for very long, which, understandable. But this is like, I spent probably like 2.5, 3 hours exploring this area.
I walked around for like 3 hours as well. I was like, I want to see nook and cranny here.
There's so many little Easter eggs, and there's a lot of little stuff hiding out. There's the tofu Easter egg, and then you have the Rebecca photo. There's tons of stuff hiding out, and it's a lot of it's cool that this is not a reused asset. I would say they remodeled RPD entirely new with all sorts of little new details and nuances, and certain things moved into the hallway that weren't there before, and like these shelves that Leon moves in the OG. So it's a lot of fun.
It is. That guy is also important, by the way.
Yeah. Zeno.
All right. Who are we now?
Oh boy. So we are Chloe. And a lot of people I think thought that this was a flashback for Grace, but we are actually Chloe, who sort of is I would say a distant relative of Grace, purely by method of like cloning and genetic manipulation. But yeah, so we are Chloe. And this is a very boring 7.5 minute section of the game. It's pretty 7:43 optimally, right? Casually, it's pretty cool. It's not bad, and we're doing a lot of lore building, and there's some documents that you find in here that explain some of the story and stuff like that. After your first playthrough, it's not very interesting, and for a speed run, it's especially uninteresting. There's like no tech. There's nothing really that you can do to make this section faster.
It's like just one instance with like the hack.
Yeah,
that's about it.
Yeah, and like I don't even know if I would call that a strat because I got that casually.
I did that casually too because I was confused about the height, so I was like, I'm just gonna book it. But yeah, this is probably a good time to take questions as well. If you guys have any in the chat, we can answer some of them. I saw someone ask about third person again. I think we went over it earlier, but I'm just gonna say it again. The reason we play in first person is because movement is in general snappier, so it's easier to cut corners, etc. Third person, however, has its merits in certain parts. We did the only part that we're actually going to be doing in third person. You will see another instance of it in Insanity, where they actually need to use it for fighting Hunk. So be excited for that one.
That's true, yeah. 7.5 minutes is all I can spare to play as Chloe.
Well, now's a good time for me to bring up some Resident Evil lore. A lot of people like to complain about Grace's boss sending her out to a death mission. They forget Leon did the same thing.
That's true.
So?
That is
He
true.
sent his best friend, Ark Thompson, to an island full of tyrants.
I need to understand what game this is because I have not played
Resident Evil
it.
Survivor.
Okay, yeah, see? Haven't played that one.
Yep, pretty much Leon requests his friend, who is just a random detective, like a private eye, to go stop an island of tyrants.
Oh.
There's like
How did that go?
12, 14 Mr. X's. Oh, he wins.
Well,
Yeah, it must have gone pretty well because we have this game.
Maybe he is just that guy, but I don't think Leon knew that. I don't think Leon...
he trusted him.
My personal
jump scare
theory
a
is
second,
that
by the way.
Leon wanted him to die. I think maybe he annoyed Leon too much.
So yeah, maybe we should touch on who all these bald girls are. These are all basically clones, and they have gone a little bit crazy. That is the most apt way to say it right now. And then you should play the game to figure out the rest of the lore, because it goes very deep.
They're basically experiments that have gone awry, and the character that we are playing right now, Chloe, we are not like perfect. We're not quite not going awry, but we are slightly better than the previous iterations of our clone self.
Yeah,
right.
we're the
And
beta.
that sort of ties into to Grace and Emily, and even the girl Marie, who we sort of dispatched. Little strat there. That's like kind of one of the only strats we have there. We walk halfway through the hallway and we turn around and then we go back out the door, and that despawns the two girls waiting at the door. That's like I don't know. Again, a second playthrough sort of tech that you learn. You're like, how far do I need to go for these girls to disappear?
There's like two different triggers there, like Niddle's saying.
Yeah. It's pretty straightforward, and we're doing that to get this key. Very similar to, again, the RE2R orphanage sort of Sherry section. Very similar. You get a key, and then you make a whole bunch of noise and aggro the enemy in the area. Kind of classic.
Although they don't have as much aura as Chief Irons.
It's true. Not as much aura.
You don't get to hear doors locked.
Yeah. I would say there's not as much tech as in the orphanage RE2R part. Also, the RE2R orphanage actually has a few things that you have to do. You have to be in the right spot, and
The puzzle.
you're at the puzzle, and you're being chased. So it's got that added threat. And then that was the other sort of quote unquote skip. I've seen it called hatch skip. I think what it should be called is sitting near the interaction and interacting with it quickly. I don't know if it's really a skip, but
I wouldn't call it a skip.
yeah.
Because we're not skipping the hatch. We're just sitting by it and waiting.
Yeah, we're just kind of waiting. I'm telling you, this fire truck, if you can find a way to get in front of it, it will push you out of bounds and straight into Ark, and then we finish the game as Chloe and fight Gideon. Yeah, I think
We
that's...
cannot beat the fire truck.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people, I think I talked to Niddle about this too. It would have been really cool if that was actually the flashlight that Chloe got in this.
Yeah.
Like if it was dark here.
I thought
it
that's-
would be blinking. That'd be really nice.
Yeah, it would have been cool if this area was all dark and you're just walking around with the blinking light of the fire truck. I think it would have been a little atmosphere. I've also seen a lot of interesting strats on how to get this door to open. The answer is you just look at the umbrella logo.
Yeah.
You kind of like just don't be touching the door. As long as you kind of like pull the camera up a little bit, the door will open. I remember seeing some crazy like, oh, you got to run around the room
strats,
twice.
yeah.
Run away, run around the room, and then come back, and then the door will be open, and like all this stuff. And I was like, nah, you just got to kind of just be patient. Like
We knew. RE7 runners knew.
yeah, RE7 runners knew. It's like sometimes a door just takes a while to open.
Yeah, so we're like halfway done with this section. Maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, we're almost done. Yeah, we've done the major sort of waiting parts. You know, hiding under the bed and stuff like that, I would say are kind of the most boring parts, because you're really just waiting for a few minutes for stuff to happen. But yeah, we're about to head out and into, of course, this underground lab which existed under an innocuous building in Raccoon City. It's just like everywhere, right? Like every single building.
The second underground lab in Orphanage.
Yeah. Yeah. So we are now in Ark, which is, we're going to be seeing a bit of it later. And I kind of love Ark for how visually like contrasting it is from some of the other labs in like Resident Evil games. Like this place is, this place is so sterile and smooth and like clean, and everything is like bright, and you know they got these like little baby orbs and stuff going on.
Wait a minute, isn't this the third underground lab in the RE universe?
The Orphanage?
In the RE universe, definitely, yeah, at least, right?
Well, in Raccoon City alone.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Nest
absolutely.
1, Nest 2, and then you have this.
Yep.
Which I don't know why they made 2 nests, but they did.
Who knows?
2 nests and an Ark. And now we're back as Leon. We did it. We finished the Chloe section.
More nostalgia.
Fun times were had, and now more nostalgia. Who is that? Who's that guy?
That's Mr. X gonna give it to you.
It is.
He doesn't have his fedora anymore, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, he doesn't have his hat, so it's not
Leon
quite the same.
shot it.
But
Shut it off.
yeah, we did. There's a document in one part of this game that explains that Mr. X, this variant of Tyrant, is like $140 million, I think, and it comes with the coat. The coat is included in that cost. So get yours now on sale. $140 million from
He needs
Umbrella.
the coat, to be fair. He's not as scary if he doesn't have the coat.
I think there's some technology in the coat too. It's like included in the value.
Ooh, like bulletproof vest, etc.
Yeah. It's got like some Kevlar type reinforcement. Yeah.
I could see that.
It's someplace important.
But yeah, we are making our way to even more nostalgia. We're gonna be going to Kendo's shop. Or Kendo.
Poor Kendo. It is really cool getting to see the gun shop after all these years. It's bittersweet, you know?
Yeah.
And we grab this police shotgun. We attempt to...
Don't have room? Wow. I have never not had room. That's actually criminal.
You actually... Oh my gosh.
Isn't there an auto sort thing?
There is? Oh, it's on the other button. That's why, because it didn't... Because
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you have room if you move some stuff around.
It was
All
my
that free time save for next time.
Exactly.
See, that's
because of my
modern RE runners, man. They don't remember what it's like having to manually sort your inventory.
True. You're not wrong. All right, we need to sell some stuff.
Yeah.
So we're going to be selling the shotgun, and we're going to be selling the sniper, and we're going to be getting the marksman. Now we are going to be getting some reload speed, which also gives us a little bit extra ammunition for our shotgun. So we have 7 bullets instead. We're going to be getting power 1 for the marksman, power 2 for the gal, and we're going to be getting power 2 for... Oh, how much do I need to sell here? This should be enough, surely. No, of course not. Okay. Well, I have a lot of mid-ejectors, so we'll just sell them.
Yeah, I would sell 1. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we sell all of them. So
there you go.
Fine. There we go. We got everything we needed. Now I just need to map everything correctly. There. Everything looks good. All right, we're good to go again. Mr. X fight.
Little shopping trip. Mr. X fight. Very straightforward. He has a weak spot in the center of his chest. It doesn't actually do like that much more damage than just shooting him almost anywhere. So the whole gist of this fight is just going to be pumping DPS, just maximum uptime, shooting him in the chest, and he should be dead right there. Yeah. It can sort of vary sometimes. It feels like you do kind of like a different amount of damage every single time, but the goal is to just kind of get him down in about two reloads worth of shotgun ammo, essentially.
Yeah, that's why we also do the get the more what's it called, reload speed onto the police.
Yeah. Having 7 instead of, I think the default is 5 really helps there.
My audio is crunching, so let me fix that really quickly. I'm so sorry.
Crunchy.
Yeah, I'm getting word from stream that it is crunching a little bit. It should be fixed now.
I'm at the orphanage, Sherry.
I do apologize
There's not much
if it did crunch.
heading underground.
It is a crunchy part of the game, I would say.
It is a crunchy part. Now, I know sometimes my OBS does that, and I have no idea why, and I have no idea how to fix it, unfortunately. So I do apologize about that. Thank you for letting me know, though. So it should be fixed now. If I could get a confirmation, I'm getting... Yep, that's better. Okay, awesome. Don't worry, guys. Your headphones are safe. You don't need to go and buy some new ones. It's all good.
The bait. So coming through here, we're actually going to get a bit more nostalgia again. Yeah, and the story behind this is actually really funny because there's like a note that you'll find where it's like, yeah, I was transporting the Plant 43 specimen back to the base and I accidentally dropped it. I hope that's not a problem. And then there's another document that says like, here's a list of all of the bioweapons we have on hand. And then it says Plant 43 in front of the base or like something like that. And it's like, yeah, you can't really miss it. It's a giant plant with like, you know, tentacles and tendrils and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, so Plant 43, kind of another throwback to the RE universe. And yeah, it's really just back to back to back. It's a lot of fan service in this game. I'm all here for it, you know. But
they talk about the cost of the bioweapons, like what? I think it's like 120 million for Mr. X, right, or something like that.
Yeah, 140. Yeah.
So I'm kind of wondering, with all the destruction the main characters do, and you know, Umbrella being like corporation and all that.
Oh yeah.
Do they write this off on their taxes, like as a like $120 million loss when like Leon
right
kills it?
Yeah,
like,
there's got to be some poor accountant is like, you got to be kidding me. I can't write off $8 billion in bioweapons because Leon exploded them. That's just ridiculous.
Also, are you allowed to say that they're bioweapons, or like do you have to like use like very specific language, like, oh, we had a project that was broken by some rogue agents or something like that? I don't know. Yeah.
The infrastructure fell apart, and
plant was destroyed by the president's bodyguard.
Oh, so you're in agriculture? Yeah, something like that, I guess.
Pharmaceuticals. Yeah.
Pharmaceuticals, I would say. Murders and executions.
Oh Lord. Yeah. If you try to make sense of a lot of the RE universe, it's gonna get really weird really fast.
Yeah. Especially on the
section
financials.
Here, I don't know if you have a strat for this section. I just...
the strat is you run through and you pray you don't get beat to death, pretty much.
Yeah. You'll get, like, hit once or twice. There you go. Yep.
You can parry those, but it's actually kind of slower because you just get stopped in place and you still have to deal with getting hit. But, yeah, the plan for this section is just get as far as you can, get to the boss without getting beat to death. And this is Plant 43. New strat for this. Well, it's new to me, I guess. Everything in this run is new. This game's like 12 days old. The basic gist of this is we just dump ammo from the machine gun into him, and that's it. That's really it. There's a stagger animation that the plant can do that is very slow. So if you put like 2 shotgun rounds into him, the shotgun actually does high, what's called wince damage.
Oh, yes.
And that's
damage.
The wince damage is different across every weapon, and it's not necessarily tied to damage. And so fortunately, the machine gun has pretty high DPS, but extremely low wince damage. And as a result, the plant does not stagger, or it staggers kind of once, and it's sort of somewhat scripted, I would say. Yeah. And then we can just kind of dump the rest of the ammo into it, and that's it.
Yeah. Funnily enough,
now we are entering the arc.
Yeah. Funnily enough, if I'm not mistaken, on Insanity, the plant actually doesn't stagger at all. For whatever reason,
yeah.
You're just allowed to keep shooting it.
I'm suspecting that that's probably because the wince damage required to make it stagger is probably higher, and so if the wince damage does not change with upgrading the gun, then logically it won't stagger. But that's technical. Don't worry about that.
All right, one of my favorite strats here.
I love this strat.
Going up to a line here, and as the dark comes in, throw that. And all of the guys just fall over.
They just kind of just die of cringe, like. Coming over here, going for headshots on these guys, and then went for the collateral. You can sometimes get those guys in a line as they're running away. But yeah, these are the elite guards, and they may look kind of like somebody we know, who you'll see in just a moment. These guys are here to take out Leon and any remaining bioweapons that are here. And God, I love that. So essentially they have iframes, but you can get their health pool to 0. So if you shoot them in advance, they kind of like still go through the motion of doing their animations, but then as soon as their iframes end, they just immediately die. So that's why that looked kind of goofy.
Yeah, you basically just shoot them before they die. It's really stupid.
Do you think any of those random soldiers are Vector from Operation Raccoon City, and then he just got like murked by Leon?
Oh man, I hope that would be a bummer of a way to go out, right?
Shot.
Yeah,
like getting murked by Leon, an absolute legend here.
Yep. So really cool section. Casually, kind of reminds me of the Krauser fight a little bit, because once again we are doing the metal tango, as it were, except in casual difficulty.
Oh wow!
This fight is a bit of a cakewalk, as long as we don't get sort of phased, because he'll go through his phases, and that's it. That's the fight.
Yep. It would have been a little bit faster if he didn't meme me a little bit, but it's okay. He basically survived with 1 HP, and the point of the fight is to get into 1 HP. Just get this heal just for safety, because the upcoming place is really good to be full HP for.
Yeah.
Yeah. You get into 1 HP and then you trigger the death scene. Basically, you're gonna.
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. Oh, Leon's wearing high heels. I guess I don't know what happened there.
What's cool, and I'm sure they'll talk about it a lot, is there is an insta kill hunk strat. So if you want to see that, make sure you stay tuned for the insanity run coming up after this.
Oh yeah.
It's really interesting and kind of goofy the way it works, and yeah, it's a good one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The entire insanity run is just really, really, really cool. A lot of insanely talented runners have been routing it ever since the game came out, basically, and they have been putting everything into it. Zeke included, obviously, who's going to be running it.
Once I go down,
but yeah, there's just so many talented runners in the RE community in general. Like all of the runs have just been routed, and I won't say optimized, but I will say fairly optimized, probably, with like what we can use and what we have at our disposal. Because when you're playing this casually, obviously you're like, okay, how can I get Requiem ammo like as much as possible? But then you figure out stuff like this, where if you actually use the Gal on Plant 43, it actually just is faster than if you would use the Requiem, even if you had like 5 bullets with it, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, because you'd be hitting those animations of the like the stagger animations. But yeah, this has been a really fun game to route and just kind of learn and run. We say that this is one of the like most annoying sort of run killer potential sections at the end of a run. As you can see, we are now playing as Grace again, and we are in Arc as Grace. Leon has kind of said, like, it's up to you now, and we gotta listen to Uncle Leon and make our way through here and figure out what's going on so we can help Leon go his separate way.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
He has like a 50-50 chance of doing that jump, or doing a slash, or doing a lick, I think it's called. Like he does like a tug attack. And we would like to have the lick attack most of the time, because we can just run right past him if he does that. I saw that he was going to do the jump, and I thought, maybe I can dodge to the left, but he just tracked me completely, so unfortunate.
Yeah. It's fun to see Lickers again. Once again, another throwback, having them in a game, and it's kind of cool to see how they've sort of kept their similar move set from RE2R, where they kind of like they get on the ceiling and then they lunge at you, and similar to RE2R, we can kind of like bait those lunges and those attacks in certain ways. This is. It's a bummer to lose time in this section, and it's really easy to do, especially with the zombies in the next area.
Yeah, especially with Grace, because we have 2 bullets.
Yeah, we have like no ammo, and staggering.
The Lickers don't care about the bullets.
Yeah, the Lickers can't be staggered, and the zombies, honestly, they ego headshots sometimes. Yeah. So even if we wanted to try and stagger them, it's really not an option here.
There is like an acid bottle that we technically could use, but that would obviously lose us time, etc. So it is just faster for us to try to YOLO it and try to make our way through it.
Yeah. It's interesting you do this first.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
I'm glad I said something.
Thank you. Yeah, we're supposed to do it this way first.
It's interesting that you do this first.
Yeah, no, you're supposed to do it this way first, guys. Not the other way. I goofed completely there. It is, in my defense, it's 5 a.m. here. I do apologize. So I am a little bit tired. I'm not going to take a risk on this guy because he's very good at grabbing me.
Yeah.
I think he was fine. I think he was completely fine. Actually, I was a little bit mean there. I shouldn't have shot him. He's going to be mad at me now.
Coming out of this room, though, the 4 dudes, and one of the guys has like a piece of glass in his hand, and you can get like the lunge grab ideally, but sometimes, yeah, like that. Nice. Yeah. If you get that lunge grab, you're pretty much free to just haul it out of the room. But if you get the grab, sometimes they just like juggle you back and forth, and it's really not great.
Yeah. There we go. Now we're on the right path. Thank you, Base Niddle, for saving me.
For a second, I thought you were doing some crazy new tech where you were going to be like, yeah, we use the key here, and then we use the key in the other spot, so it frees up an inventory spot. Like, I thought you were doing something like that.
That would be crazy.
I was ready to roll with it, man.
I'm glad you said something. Thank you. Lickers in this game are very docile compared to RE2. So we can kind of just walk past them for the most part.
The time it takes from aggro to attack is quite a while. So as long as they're not already aware of Grace, we're pretty chill just walking past them.
Yeah, that guy has grabbed me way too many times, so I always shoot him from now on. Because if he does, there's basically 2 different types of grab animations. There's the lunge animation you guys saw, and then there's the bite animation. The bite animation takes like, depending on what angle they bite you from, it can take anywhere from 5 seconds to like 10 seconds. It is absolutely insufferable to get hit by.
Also, just want to point out, we are in Ark, and the security system in Ark is called Noah.
Yes. I thought that was a pretty clever little thing.
It took me way too long to put that together. Like, it wasn't until like 5th playthrough that I was like, wait, it's called Noah and we're in Ark. Oh.
Oh. Ark. That's fair. Valid take.
Was that your conspiracy theory? He's gonna come back.
So I know I mentioned it earlier. During this whole section when I played it casually, I just kept thinking about Ark Thompson.
Interesting.
How's that?
He's one of the best character in the Resident Evil franchise. He's still out there. All right, so I haven't been able to talk about this, but since people here are watching the speedrun of Requiem and we're pretty late into it, I feel like I can actually talk about this now. I actually predicted the ending of this game, like 90% of the way there.
That is pretty much. That would have been funny.
All right, so spoilers, obviously, for the final cutscene. I predicted that was John Ark. At some point, Leon would be like trapped somewhere, be looking pretty grim, and a helicopter would come out.
That's a little
saving with the last second.
He taught me, because that guy can and will grab you if you just try to walk past him. So if you just slap him one time, he gets really confused about what just happened. He just stands there for a little bit. This room here, another one where things can go very, very wrong because there's going to be like 17,000 lickers trying to get a piece of Leon, which, you know, understandable.
Yeah, understandable.
But yeah, we're just going to try to book it for all the interactions that we have to do. And we're going to try to parry as many things as we need to parry. Well, you know, can't parry all of them.
That was so lame. You were past that grab.
I thought I was too. I didn't need to parry.
Sus. Yeah.
Unlucky. That's okay. That doesn't mean, however, that this doorway here is going to be really cramped now, because that gave time to the other lickers to catch up. So let's see what happens. Okay, that was a lick. That's fine. We don't mind that. Okay. He wound it up a little bit longer. I'm just hitting no parries right now. This is amazing. Here we go. Okay, we're through. We're fine.
The body block at that door is so troll. Sometimes the dude just stands in that doorway and like you can shove him out of the way, but you're guaranteed gonna get hit.
Yeah. Okay, got a little bit of a heal. We're fine. Everything is fine. Didn't die.
I think if you break that box, it'll drop a med injector. Never mind.
You lied to me.
We talked about it a little bit, but similar to RE4R, the game has sort of a weighted drop system where if you're low on a specific item, it's more likely you'll see that in a box. That is a big thing in the Insanity run, because they kind of need to manipulate that to guarantee that certain boxes drop items and like not heals, essentially. And yeah.
This room, I just kind of try to kill stuff as fast as possible. So we're going to throw that over there. Bring out the Requiem. Where is this guy? Okay, he was over there for some reason. Well, we take those. And now there are going to be Paleheads spawning over here and over here. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to wait here, and right as this Palehead that is in our vision starts banging on the glass, we're going to throw a nade over here. Right there, and swap. Skip the cough animation. Shoot that. Throw another nade over here. And as the last guy dies, it should stop the entire section.
Nice.
Beautiful. And we can just leave.
You may have noticed the screen went blue there for a little bit. As you can see, Leon not looking too good. I mean,
false.
That's false. He's looking fantastic. Yeah, he's looking hotter than ever. But in terms of the the virus coursing through his veins, yeah, it's not great. Yeah.
He's gonna be fine, guys. Don't worry about it. But yeah, casually you'll see this blue screen a lot. Thankfully in the run we only see it twice. It is kind of like, I don't know if it's time-based and we just get it at the same times and that's why, or what it is, but it works out for us because we can kind of skip the animation there. I'm going to be auto-sorting here to make sure I have room for a specific item that we're going to be seeing later on. Because we are coming up on like the last part of the run.
Yeah, pretty much there.
Just gotta waddle our way over to this door and collapse.
Yeah. Well, and it's great because this entire game, it's been, you know, the theme has been Leon coming to Grace's rescue and kind of helping her out. And now Grace has kind of like, you know, she's been forced to sort of mature a little bit and learn how to deal with these, you know, bioweapon situations. And now Grace gets to come to the rescue and save Leon. And they had a bit of a falling out. We kind of skipped it when Leon shot the heck out of out of Emily. Him and Grace kind of they weren't seeing too eye to eye on that. But now Grace has come around and she's like, I have to fix this. It's all up to me now. And yeah, it's cool. It's like a very poignant sort of twist.
100%. All right. We're going to be entering the Victor fight, which is the last fight in the game.
Yeah.
He is very specific. That is why I have the SRT up so I can see his HP. We want to get him to about 8,500 HP, and he has 20,000 to begin with. But we want to do that before he phases. After he phases, we want him to bring out his RPG.
This is it.
We want to get the RPG, and then we want to kill him. Not with the RPG, because we can kill his second phase, where he's a nemesis, with the RPG. So let's hope that goes well. We're going to be walking forward here, shooting him once, take a hit, because then means that he's just going to be standing here idle for a little bit. And our damage looks pretty decent.
And how many more will have to die for that fishing?
As he runs into me here, I'm going to shoot him once more. And it looks like I need to do a little bit more damage. He looks about fine. Hopefully his HP is fine.
Yeah, I think that should work.
Yeah, so I want to bait him.
Crazy iframes here, by the way.
He does. So I want to bait him to jump over here. That's good. He's bringing out the RPG. There we go. Nice. And then the RPG to finish everything off. That's why we wanted him to die in that very, very particular spot. Because the particular spot allows us to get the RPG instantly as we spawn in second phase.
Very nice.
Yeah, that is basically the game. We just need to chop a little bit here, and we'll call time in a second. And time.
GG.
Thank you,
GG,
sir.
man.
Thank you. Let's just skip the cutscenes and we can see what the IGT was. We don't really use IGT in this game. There's
I'm guessing there's a special game timer that was made for this.
Yeah, we use something called load remover. So
Shout out to Nico Hart.
Shout outs to Nico Hart. He did an amazing job on the load remover. And yeah, IGT of 150.47. Hopefully I didn't go over estimate. I'm hoping we're under the
you're under both the new estimate and the original estimate.
Ah, that's perfect. Then I'm happy. I am a happy man. Awesome.
Yeah.
That is, that's casual. New game, full game even. First time I've actually ever speedran full game. So I'm glad that it worked out nicely and we didn't have too big of oopsies.
Absolutely. Thank you all for doing the run. Before we hop to the next one, if anyone wanted to find you, where can they find you?
I stream regularly at Nico with a C, not Nico with AC. I do not have an air conditioning unit. That is not in my budget, unfortunately. But yeah, I stream pretty regularly. I am from Europe, so it's usually more European friendly. I'm sorry. It's like more morning NA times. I do apologize for that. However, if you want your RE fix and at NA times, Niddle is your guy. Niddle, where do you stream at?
Thank you, man. I stream at twitch.tv/Niddle. And yeah, we will both be doing a lot of RE9 in the coming weeks/months. So yeah, make sure you follow Nico with a C. He's a really cool dude, awesome runner. And yeah, thanks for having me.
And also, even more so, make sure you stick around for the Insanity run because that run is absolutely amazing. Captain Ezekiel is a really, really good friend of ours. His commentator as well, lovely guy. You're going to see him in a second. And yeah, thank you for having me, Ick.
Absolutely. Thank you for showcasing that run. And once again, if you want to watch more of Nico with a C and more Requiem, you can find that link in chat. You can. There's a lot of RE hype right now. I do understand that. So if you're looking for a place to go, well, there's a good place right there. All right, everyone, welcome back from the break. Hopefully you all enjoyed that run of Resident Evil Requiem. It was pretty exciting to see, you know, how the game is, how it's been evolving, and I know a lot of you have been pretty interested in this one as well, kind of having, I suppose, the appetizer in a way, but I definitely know a lot of people like the challenge, they like the hard mode. So, for the last 10 days or so, I think it's been about 10 days, I believe leaderboards just opened up. People have been working day and night, literally all hours. They stream Resident Evil, they hop in Discord calls afterward, getting ready to work on more of this, literally lathing it out every day, figuring out every nook and cranny of this, because it really is insane. And that is why we have Resident Evil Requiem Insanity Mode. I don't know the exact rules of New Game Insanity. I believe we'll have more descriptions of what this means for the category. I just know that it is going to be a very difficult run, and I'm wishing the best of luck ahead of time. Anyway, here's Resident Evil Requiem Insanity with Captain Ezekiel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Ek. Hi, everyone. As Ek said, I'm Captain Ezekiel. Been on Hotfix a couple of times. Usually you probably see me here running Resident Evil 7. I've actually ran a lot of different horror games on...
You're basically here last week.
I was actually just here running RE7 like 2 weeks ago. But yeah, we're going to be doing Resident Evil Requiem on Insanity New Game, and I'll kind of explain how that works, since if you've played Requiem, New Game is kind of an interesting concept. But before I get started, I have my commentator here with me, good friend Bobby. If you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Bobby. I have played Resident Evil for the GDQ stage a maximum of 1 time, so I feel pretty apt to be a commentator for this brand new game with a very ever-evolving route. I mean, like, by the day. But we have a very solid showcase and show for you for the Insanity version. We'll get into a little bit of what that entails since we're doing full game, gives us a lot of time to talk about it.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll kind of get started on that, but I'll go ahead and have you start the timer as soon as I skip this first cutscene and we get, these first 3 cutscenes, and we get Control of Grace here in just a moment. Go ahead and skip this first one. Should be, I think, after this cutscene. All right, time starts in 3, 2, 1, go. All right.
Should be around
we are on the streets. So let's talk about Insanity. Well, first thing you're going to know is we're going to grab a couple of these antique coins. These are unique to Insanity being this early into the game. We need 3 of them total, but we're going to get 2 of them here from the intro of the game. But Insanity mode. So this is like the talk of the town, current big deal about Resident Evil Requiem. A whole bunch of stuff about this game mode that I can hopefully talk about here during this intro. The first thing is it's insane. I think that's a good place to start. Also, I'm using cosmetic mods. You're probably going to notice a lot of cosmetic mods. We thought it would keep it fun and interesting for you guys. I'm not going to spoil what some of them are. They can be kind of silly, but we use it as a way to keep ourselves sane while running Insanity, because we actually do genuinely go insane playing this difficulty. So you're going to notice some cosmetics. The one I'm wearing right now is as Grace is the Selena the Singer zombie in the care center. That's what I'm at right now. But Insanity, what is Insanity? Other than it just being incredibly difficult, meaning that enemies are basically going to one-shot Grace. They will kill me in one front hit, typically. Any hit from the back or grab from the back will put me at 1 HP, which is actually a saving grace. No pun intended. But we also have almost no checkpoints as Grace. Checkpoints don't really exist for us, except for in very specific spots. So you'll see me make a lot of safety saves. That's going to be a very big deal. On top of safety saves, you'll see a lot of routing around, specifically a type of weapon and charms we will use. These are going to be very important because they help us kill bosses really fast. So Insanity New Game is an interesting concept because we get access to Leon's upgrade box very early, basically immediately. Now, it's still technically a New Game run as long as we don't use any of the New Game Plus items, such as anything bought in the Challenge Point shop, anything that can be gotten there that are permanent buffs to the game. We don't use any of those, but we do use the box that we get early, because otherwise Sanity is not very completable without it. So you'll kind of see a lot of routing around that. And right now we're just kind of walking through the hotel. We're gonna go ahead and trigger this cutscene up here. This is going to basically trigger us into a flashback with Grace and her mom. You probably saw a little bit of this if you watched Nico's Casual Run a moment ago. A lot of this is going to be very similar. The whole lore behind this is Alyssa Ashcroft. She was first really seen and mentioned in Resident Evil Outbreak as a reporter and a playable character. And she is Grace's mom. And the whole intro story about this all kind of revolves around this sequence that happens here in this hotel. Grace's mom, Alyssa here, does end up getting a little owned, unfortunately. She doesn't last very long.
The most polite way to put it.
It's actually a very polite way to put it. She gets really brutally killed. But we skip all that. You guys have to watch cutscenes. We can skip all past that. All right, and now we're back playing as Grace. We're gonna run downstairs. I need to grab the other. Oh no, I did grab the other coin. Never mind, we're good. This whole thing is kind of just like a whole W section. We can die. There will be moments, even here at this first top zombie that has a shotgun, it is possible to die. I'm gonna grab this herb just to be a little cautious about it in the event that he shoots me. But I should be able to avoid dying if I just hold A and F when we go into the cutscene with him. As well as I forgot to mention for Insanity, we have Insanity-specific tech and Insanity-specific kind of like, I would say like pseudo glitches that we get to do that you guys will also see later in the run. One of them actually happens relatively early in the run with Marie, but we have to get there first. So we just have to interact with this, close out of it, and then we're gonna get this floppy disk, if you know what a floppy disk is. Don't kill me. I think this zombie is super funny because it sounds like he's barking.
Yeah, actually, like one of the most like rabid sounding zombies in this game.
Yeah.
Get away! Get away from me!
Kind of moves so creepily too.
If you're squeamish, I would look away right now, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, shit! Stay away!
Swinging the weapon doesn't do anything here. It really doesn't accomplish anything. I don't know why they give you the option to swing it.
The illusion of choice, you know.
It
Yeah,
makes you
it really
feel
is.
good.
All right, he's gonna sprint away from this fella. Kind of get out of this joint. And then we're gonna play as Leon in this upcoming section. So on Insanity, it's kind of important we do this first section as Leon in a very specific way. We need to grab some treasures that are available to us on Insanity, and we also need to make sure that we kill a couple zombies and grab an herb. We need this so we can have money specifically for certain parts of the game. Now we're playing as Leon. We grab this treasure here. This whole thing is going to be a little interesting because the zombie's going to start the sequence here. Dying here is super easy, as is any part of the game. So we're going to run around here and wait for this car to stop and just kind of go around this zombie. We're going to climb over this car because we want to grab this treasure here at this van. Grab this. Now we're going to run around here, grab another treasure, and I have to take a specific line to make sure I don't get too owned by these guys. That guy just body blocked me for funds. We're gonna turn the corner. I need to grab this herb. I'm gonna kind of hug left a little bit so that it baits the spawns over there. That's my favorite. Shout out to that guy.
Lucky.
All right, now there's gonna be a minor fender bender. And we're gonna turn here and do a triple collateral, kill all three of those guys. That's exactly what we want. Parry this dude so he doesn't own us. All right, perfect. We didn't die. Oh, and this is Leon.
That's not Leon.
We're playing as John Halo, the legendary character in Resident Evil. All right, now we're back as playing as Grace. That's kind of the theme of this game. You kind of bounce back and forth between Grace and Leon, and now we're in the care center, kind of the intro part of the care center. This part's relatively scripted, though. Like every other area of this game, the care center is actually a very easy place to die and lose a lot of time. You'll be seeing some safety saves, and it's not even guaranteed that they will save me. Deaths are going to probably happen. I'm going to try my best to avoid them, but care center is a very unforgiving location. There's a lot that can go wrong, and it frequently does, and there's some RNG to it as well. Though I prepared for it, and I know where to make the saves in the event that it happens, so hopefully none of that actually has any massive detriment to the run.
Yeah, so unlike the casual speedrun, which you might have seen earlier in the live broadcast, in the standard classic difficulty and the insanity, you're gonna actually need what's called like ink ribbons, kind of like the classic OG way to save your game in other Resident Evil games. And yeah, while we do make these safety saves here, like for Marathon, ink ribbons actually do cost up a little bit of inventory space, and we haven't even gotten our first pouch upgrade yet. So inventory space will be relatively tight throughout the gray segments going through.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be specific parts in which we get like a pouch upgrade. We get one throughout the run, and certain spots where we bank certain items and use certain key items early. This is where we get introduced to Chloe. So now we're actually going to do insanity specific tech. We're going to wait for Chloe to kind of run around that corner. And she's going to run back there. So on insanity, she's really fast. So she's going to follow me in here. I'm going to get in a specific spot here and kind of line up, not go too far forward. And she's gonna come in here and smack that cart towards me. I'm gonna climb it, turn. We're gonna grab this screwdriver and have to take a pretty specific line to not get grabbed. Perfect, she did not get me. Now I'm gonna grab this a little slowly on purpose so that she follows me. Doing it this way is essentially gonna make it so that Chloe chases us, not Chloe, sorry. Marie chases us down this hall. Hopefully she does not break through here. Okay, perfect. So I did that right. So she's actually behind us. She's not in front of us. You want that to happen so that she can't actually bust through the wall here and lose us a bunch of time. So that all actually went pretty well, thankfully, because she can kill us really easily. On Insanity, Marie will one-shot you. If she touches you, she will just straight up kill you, unless in very specific situations. Grab this fuse. We're gonna exit out of this gray section here. We'll get to take back over as Leon 117 from Resident Halo.
117. Yeah, and the Insanity's quirks don't always stop there as well. You might have heard in the casual speedrun segment of them talking about DA, what's called DA, or called like difficulty adjustment, which means like the game will, adjust the amount of obstacles thrown at your way, or even like healables if you perform better or worse throughout the campaign. In Insanity, that is always maxed out, no matter what happens throughout. So enemy will be more aggressive. They'll take some more shots to be taken down. Just a lot of things, especially quite pertinent to the Insanity route. New enemies that might not have been in your casual playthroughs. All of that is taken in mind through very careful and strict routing. Blam.
And this part is we're gonna have to be as fast as we can to kill everything. This guy didn't want to take damage. And now we're kind of on a time budget here to get what we can. We want to grab a certain amount of shotgun ammo. Hope that's a 3-drop. It is perfect. Grab the chainsaw, because now that everything's dead, another door is going to open. I'll kind of explain the weapons, the upgrades we got here in just a moment, but the game kind of picks up pace pretty dramatically right here. I'm going to set the shotgun down. I'm going to line up a shot here, hopefully hit a quad headshot, and I did.
Nice.
Got these guys, and that's the end of that room. Actually went pretty well. So you probably noticed we stopped at the box and we have a shotgun now. We don't have our pistol anymore. What we did is we sold off our pistol and our ammo. We bought the tactical shotgun. We upgraded the damage on it, and we threw the cute bear charm on it. Now, we allow charms in the Insanity run, but they have to be charms that you could only have gotten in your normal playthrough. So you can't use any of the pre-order deluxe charms, none of the challenge point shop charms. You can't use those. But we do use a very broken one called the cute bear charm. And now what this essentially does is, as long as we're at mid-range, up to a few meters away from the enemy, the shotgun will do up to 60% more damage. It is absurd amounts of damage. So we use that throughout the run, and we use the sunglasses charm on the Requiem, which essentially gives us infinite penetration on our bullets on the Requiem, as well as making the last one do a lot more damage. And that is actually very important for a lot of the strats we're going to do here. But now we're actually at one of the most painful parts of the run, and that's Care Center. Care Center is pain. Would not be surprised to see me die here. Would not be that out of the ordinary. Hopefully I do not, but we will see. So I'm going to go down here. We're gonna meet Emily. There's too many names. We're gonna meet Emily. We're gonna hit the item box really quick to get our coins back. And now we're gonna start off here. I think optimally I might just make a quick save here to avoid any sort of shenanigans. For marathon safety, you will see me make saves. You'll also see me use the infinite ink ribbon, which normally you wouldn't use in a new game speedrun, but I'm using it simply for marathon safety to ensure that the run doesn't get flipped over on its head, which is what you would want to do in a difficulty like this. So the way we get through Care Center, and the way we get through stuff like the chef, is we have to take specific dodges. Hopefully this one works. We're essentially going to look at the wall here and hopefully squeeze past him. Perfect, he didn't hit me. This guy here is RNG. Hopefully we can get RNG on him. Please do not grab me. I appreciate that, fella. Okay. Might be challenging. Actually, it's probably worth it for me just to reload the checkpoint. So we had to burn our heal there. This is kind of the... This is insanity right there, by the way. That's...
Yeah.
I got grabbed twice without even getting bit, and I was at 1 HP. So we're going to just reload that.
And it's kind of good that you reloaded, like, just kind of like at the very beginning of the segment. This is a very lengthy segment to where if you're doing a, no reset, single segment attempt without any ink ribbons, this is probably where, like, most runs will die, honestly, if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's a very, very common spot for runs to die. Try this again. There we go, perfect. This whole area is about hitting specific zombie dodges, and if they touch you, it kind of throws the whole run for a little bit of a loop. Grab this blood bag in this bottle, and there's another dodge here in this hallway. Line it up correctly. Oh my goodness, he slept. We actually have to reload again. This is insanity. If a zombie sleeps or a zombie doesn't... I'm actually surprised he didn't lunge at me there. I went really close to him. We're gonna give that another shot. Hopefully we're not stuck here for too long because these zombies are a massive pain. It's really these two I think are the biggest reset ones. Once we're past the second one, it becomes a lot easier. It's time for sure.
You weed?
No. Perfect, there you go.
Yeah.
Whew, these guys are just always so horrible. All right, now we're gonna do
Another cool... Go ahead.
Just gonna crouch past this zombie. No, you go right ahead. We're just doing a little sneaky sneak.
It's another like kind of cool quirk about Insanity, just like because of like how aggressive the enemy AI can be. You're almost kind of like banking on them to like really lurch around, so you can like cut to like their right or however that specific zombie interacts, just like in order to get through a room very smoothly, and it becomes very, very pertinent in arenas where you kind of have to like make that space in order to weave around.
Yeah, super important that the zombies basically, you kind of want them to play into your hand as much as possible. And if they deviate from that, some of these zombies are RNG, some are not. That first light switch zombie that I died to, or that I double grabbed by at the beginning, he is RNG. So if he just doesn't play well, you're basically resetting your run. But we got past him, so now we get to go back down this area.
This place.
We're going to go in and grab the East Wing key card, and when we do that, before we do that, I will make another save. I will use the infinite ink ribbon to do so. And as you saw earlier, you can see the reason why. There's another zombie who hangs out here on the floor. We don't really usually have to worry about him. We can usually just get around him.
And just quick cut around. Then this is where we're going to pick up our first pouch. So this will increase our inventory slots by a few, I believe.
Yeah, by about 2. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it actually is the make or break of this run right now. That's
especially in like the later segments where you're going to be having to juggle like 2 to 3 key items that are puzzle pieces, and if you want to play this fast, you're just really gonna have to skip through the intended way, rather. Also, there's a lot of charms that Grace can use as well. If you are either, learning the Insanity speedrun or just want to do a casual playthrough, very useful key charm to pick up will actually negate like any one-shot damage that would be inflicted onto Grace, or rather, it would set your HP to 1. So a little bit of a like ace in the hole for defensive there.
Yeah, the stakeout charm is very valuable in that regard. All right, we're jumping into this room. We're gonna grab the blood collector, grab this recipe. We actually need this recipe so we can unlock hemolytic injectors, and basically just that. It also unlocks handgun ammo, but we don't really craft handgun ammo. The important thing about this is we need those injectors. They're actually gonna carry us through this beginning parts of the run. There is a current new route that just got basically implemented today that basically skips doing this entirely. No injectors at all. We obviously are not doing that right now. I haven't even had the time to learn it, even though it's a brand new route. We want to make sure that I wanted to do the routes that I knew were going to work. Now there's a triple collat I have to hit here. Hopefully I do not miss. Did you get all three? Nice, you did. That's actually huge.
Yep, nice.
What I'm actually going to do is we are going to collect blood here. Hopefully I can do this in time before the lady comes out. And we're doing this. This isn't normally what you would do in a run, but we're doing it so that we could craft a save up here before Chunk. Because Chunk is going to spawn. We have a couple skips we need to do to get around Chunk. And I want to make sure I have a save for that. And the way you can actually craft ink ribbons in this game, if you grab these empty ink ribbon tins, like this one right here, and with 40 blood rather, you can make a save. And we're going to do that. Because these chunk dodges and this upcoming room are kind of not fun to mess up.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of get behind him here, wait for him to get out of our way. This room I have to do very specifically. I have to run around the room and wait a little bit for the singing lady to shatter all the glass. And then delay a little bit, and now I should be able to go, and we need her to lunge at me. Okay, and she did. Now we have to take this room in a specific way. I'm going to intentionally take a hit from one of these enemies. Since it'll be a hit from behind, it won't kill me. We use our heal, and now we have to set up the chunk skip by standing over here on the left side of this. Wait a second, move. That's the first chunk skip. Don't know why this door is open, but it's open. We're gonna run in here, trigger this cutscene. There's one more chunk dodge we have to do. The one's a little bit easier, I say. Hopefully I don't die to it. But we have one more chunk dodge to do.
Destiny.
And then we get to do the coolest thing ever in Insanity that no other category gets to do, which is we get to kill Chunk, but we don't actually have to hit him ourselves. This puzzle. Okay, we're gonna use one of our bottles here to aggro Chunk, otherwise he takes forever. We're gonna kind of scoot around this corner. Hit him with that and bait his charge here. Run over to this side. Now we can pass by a Chunk, so that's good. One more big thing that has to happen is Chunk has to die. Now we can't kill Chunk. As you can see, I have no bullets. 0 bullets. But what we do have is we have an IV bag guy. So I'm gonna throw this bottle here. This is a fun little trick. This is gonna bait the IV bag zombie over to the door. And Chunk is also currently chasing us to that door. And what we're waiting for is for him to kill Chunk for us. Should be killing him now. Yep, and now Chunk's dead.
Yep. Like those zombies in particular just deal massive damage to any zombie that just is in his path.
Yeah, he is OP. He's a strong zombie. He does 260% more damage to zombies. This is where we're using our injector. We're gonna take care of the chef and get him out of our way. And now we have this guy who's kind of a pain. We're gonna do 1 shot, 2 shots. That was a little spooky. Oh, I might get grabbed here, but that's okay. Getting grabbed here is not the end of the world. Oh, he actually didn't grab me. What a homie. This is where we're gonna grab the wrench that we need. We're also gonna make another save. Says now it's not the time for that, but I disagree. I think it is the time for that. Thank you.
Sometimes when enemies are like still aggroed after you attacked one, you can get that prompt.
Yeah, it's a funny little prompt. It'll happen later too when we're in the basement, but so far so good in the care center. We got some more to do though. We're not out of the woods yet. We're gonna grab this organ here. It's a cooling box for organs, but the organs that are inside are fake. They're artificial, so I don't understand why they have to be kept cold. I don't quite get it. All right, so we got big tractor guy. We're gonna grab this ammo here. Break the glass, shoot him once, wait for his iframes then. Kill him. Now we have to wait for this part of the tractor to open up, and we're gonna shoot.
Yeah, you would think that would be it, but there's actually another layer in the insanity difficulty.
Yeah, if you guys ever been to a farm, make sure you look at the excavators and look for that part right there, the big fire vent.
Yeah, that part right there.
All farm equipment has is that big fire vent.
Oh, fuck.
All right, now we're going upstairs, and we have a few things to grab. Then we have to throw another bottle. We throw a lot of bottles in this run, and they're very valuable. Actually, bottles and hemolytic injectors, if you're trying to play through Insanity casually, bottles and hemolytic injectors are your best friends. Hemolytic injectors one-shot almost everything except for like chunk, so you should use them. Grab this recipe, which gives us the magnum ammo, and we're gonna grab this blood bag. Our inventory is too full to pick it up, but it lets us still use it, which is actually a lot faster than picking it up and using it. Do this little puzzle real quick. This gives us the magnum recipe, which is massive for us. Grab this bottle. Grab this other lockpick that we're gonna need. That guy back there is a little upset. He's okay. Shoot this box. This is gonna bait the zombie downstairs to where we shot that box. That's actually very important. So if we don't do that, he's actually gonna be at this door and he will kill us. Because obviously this animation takes forever.
Forever, yeah.
Because you are not safe in interactions or cutscenes. Zombies can still hit you and they will kill you. Grab the artificial heart. Grab another blood bag we're gonna need. The whole idea behind the blood, if you're unfamiliar, is we need blood to craft certain things. Specifically, we need it for the injectors and for the magnum ammo. Now, we hope this lady's in a good spot. Sometimes she can be in a silly spot. There's the corner. She's in a good spot. LeBron James. And we're gonna run through. Hopefully she does not scream at us. We need to get out of the room before she can scream at us. Good. Now we got this lady. Hopefully she doesn't aggro early. She didn't. That's also very good. We need to get this open and shoot her twice in the leg ASAP. Grab the metal and get out of here as soon as possible because that lady will kill us. So far, so good.
Yeah, again, doing this with only in mind that you just, you know, are one shot when you get attacked from the front, like no big deal.
Yeah, easy peasy.
This is the kind of like care and precise routing that goes into, you know, a challenge run like this.
All right, we're gonna take another little deviation. Again, this is simply just to make a safety save. You wouldn't really do this in a run, but this is a marathon, and the rules are different in marathons. Drop that in there. All right, coming up on the latter end of Care Center. That collateral shot you saw me do in the hallway over there much earlier was very important because we actually needed to kill the surgeon zombie. That guy stands right here and he ruins our day. We're gonna go in here, put the organs in. Because I made that save, the zombie's gonna be a little close to me, but it should be fine. The good thing about the Requiem is its penetration is diabolical. So we're just gonna do this. This kills both the zombie on the table and the zombie that was behind him. Give me the ID wristband. And now we should be able to just run through here and go down to the level 2 area. Now we have one bullet left in the Requiem. We are going to craft 2 more, but I'm not going to reload it until we clear this next area. There's one zombie in particular we have to kill. Like I said, we have the sunglasses charm on, so it makes it so the Requiem does like 20% more damage with its final bullet in the chamber. I'm going to craft these 2. We're not going to reload quite yet. And we're gonna go into here, and there's another little 3-button puzzle we have to do, but it has no images, just Braille on it. And for some reason, Grace can't brute force it. She can't quite figure it out.
I can't tell.
You could totally brute force this very easily.
Braille.
Braille. I'm gonna grab this, and now there's gonna be one zombie who kind of looks like Zach Galifianakis I have to shoot. That guy right there. You also saw me do a little quick turn there that kind of cancels the slowdown animation of, you guys see where Chunk died here. Cancels the slowdown animation of the Requiem shot. He has to admit, the guy does look like Zach Galifianakis.
He like, I can't unsee it.
One more safety save. Oh, I took out an herb. Didn't mean to do that. Go ahead and put that back in. That's the herb from the intro. We don't actually need that. Oh my goodness. Come on, video game. All right. So now we've reloaded our weapon. We're gonna go pick up Emily. We have to carry her now all the way to the area we just were at. We're gonna grab this herb to skip the conversation. It actually cancels the dialogue. We're gonna bank the bracelet and bank the herb just to free up our inventory spots. But now we should be able to run straight through the waiting room here all the way to what is like a little cabin arena where we have to kill 4 enemies. So I'll kind of let Bobby talk about that when we get there here in a second. But we killed that one guy. We killed Zach Galifianakis specifically so that we could walk through here without dealing with any enemies in our way, because otherwise he would be right here in our way. Just gonna drop Emily off. There's that noise you hear is a zombie turning into a blitzerhead, but he will despawn once we start this interaction. Now I have to hopefully hit this shot and do not miss.
Yeah, these are precise lineups that Zeke has to do. And thankfully we do have the incredible piercing from the charm that we do have. So Requiem just kind of pumps DPS into him. But, I mean, this arena with the drapes and everything can get really wonky if you do let them collide in on you. But with the Blisterhead spawning in right now.
He's a funny guy. It's RNG where he spawns, and we got the bad one, which means now we have to play Dead by Daylight and loop him around this window. Oh, hey. Oh, my God. We're, we're just going to kind of bait him back through the window. How do you do, fella?
And you can kind of do this until...
Oh, the door opens. Yeah. That guy is, he'll kill me, and I'll have to go all the way back to where I made that save. But thankfully, we didn't have to do that. But now we're playing as Leanne, and we get our first, like, boss fight. We finally get a boss fight.
Yeah, like, I mean, if you even get to call it a boss fight, like the cool thing about like Insanity is that with the sort of rules that, you know, the moderators had put in place, we do have a sort of amount of damage to absolutely pump the amount of DPS to get the stagger threshold to, like, I mean, like before he even becomes aggressive, he's just ours. And then you'll see a lot of the kind of raw power that's added on with the Q Bear Charm. You can see our little Chunk twin right there. And before he even becomes aggressive, we just pump into the attack. He staggers on over, and then we just get to lay in like John Wick style execution. If you've ever seen those movies, absolutely incredible. If you can call this again a boss fight, yeah, he'll get up, but he'll be put right back down, and that's it.
Yeah, this charm is very strong, like very, very strong. Chunk kind of just gets owned.
and while he's dead, we get the, you know, get our resources. We get a good chunk of currency to spend up for any upgrades that we are definitely going to be taking advantage here in the Insanity route. I love how this game kind of calls back to like not only past Resident Evil games but past Capcom titles. Like the kind of like sort of like upgrade progression system that Leon goes through is actually quite indicative of like Dino Crisis 2, if you folks have played that a little bit earlier, where the more that you slay, the more currency you accrue. You get that for healing, for any weapons and upgrades. So it's very fitting to the kind of action-oriented gameplay of Leon Kennedy.
Yeah, it's
or Master Chief, you know, whoever you get to play as.
Yeah, this is Halo 7, so you guys are aware. But yeah, no, the upgrade system really makes this. Without it, Insanity would not be possible. Like there is no true, like real, like fresh new game you can do for Insanity. We're coming up on another cabin-esque fight where everything has to die. I'm going to do this in a specific way that hopefully I can do it cleanly and fast. Shoot that guy to wake him up early. The arena's already starting, so what I'm going to do is run in here, grab these items. I'm going to open this, kill this guy. And now I need to set this next room up pretty well, so I'm going to run in here, shoot this guy, and I'm going to use this. We actually got a double kill. That is insane RNG. This guy just got sent to Narnia. And now we have to get to this guy before he wakes up. That should insta-kill him, and it does.
like this is incredibly precise. Like Leon still takes heavy damage, not akin to Grace, but it's just super funny when everything gets to line up and you're just straight hitting them with the plunger, chopping them off with the axe. Like this is insanity at its finest, folks.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, we have to use these mods or else we will actually go insane. We need some dopamine to help us out here. That room actually went very well, except at the end where I had to parry that guy. But even then, that didn't really lose me much time because it gave me the insta kill. That actually went very well. I'm happy with that.
We are back into the arms of Ashcroft.
Yeah. Remember when we were having fun a second ago? Let's go ahead and forget that. Now we're in the basement. The basement is an experience. I will be doing some safety strats to ensure that we have no obstacles that would otherwise, it's going to lose me like 5 seconds to eliminate them. This isn't a safety strat. There is new routing I talked about earlier where we don't do any of these injecting down here. This is brand new to today. No one's done a run with it yet, really. But we're using injectors down here to eliminate problematic zombies that will be in our way later. So we use one there, craft another one right here, and grab the blood on the floor here for another one in a minute. The reason why this area is so bad is because Marie is horrible. She's going to spawn here, right in front of us, and we're going to take a certain path to kind of ignore her, say what's up. And we're going to run over here. Go ahead and open up this door. The whole key to this area, what we have to do is get 3 of these batteries so we can release the jail cells, free Emily, and get out of here. Where to go?
You're gonna want to do this in a relatively quick fashion, which is kind of why we picked up the pouch to add extra inventory slots to us.
Yeah.
Where
It super saves us here for sure. Make the last injector. We're gonna take care of this guy. Forklift manager. Grab this other battery. Now we have to path back through where we just were. And we're gonna do a cool little skip, I guess I'll say. Kind of like manipulate Marie's AI to go through a path we're not supposed to really be able to go through with her there. We're gonna grab this other battery. Again, like Bobby said, this is why we need the pouches, because we need to pick up all these batteries. They're gonna take up a lot of space. We're gonna go down here, and we're gonna run into Marie again here in just a second. Let me just double check. I do have the other injector. Just had to make sure. Open up this door. And now with this area, we're basically gonna push this box out of the way. We're gonna go in and we're gonna grab the lug wrench that we need to get to the next area of the basement. But Marie is gonna spawn right here in front of this gate. And unless you know some tricks, you kind of are forced to bait her around this middle fence pillar to really get past her. But what we're gonna do, she's gonna spawn right here. I'm gonna crouch so she doesn't know I'm here. I'm gonna get in this corner. She's gonna do a big chomp. I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna wait for her foot to move like this, and then I'm gonna go through here and take a hit. Because we were in the middle of an animation, she can't kill me, so she only did about half my health. That skips us having to run all the way around that room and kind of play Ring Around the Rosie with her.
Yeah, the other way you could stun her is like load it. Well, for Insanity, it's 2 Requiem shots or 2 Molotov cocktails to down her for a certain period of time. But that's also resource intensive. This is a resource heavy speed run in both Grace's and Leon's campaigns.
Yeah, absolutely. And Grace. Too many names, man. Marie shows up there again. We go into that room to despawn her, but I also used it to make a safety save. We're gonna go down this area now to the forklift key that we need. But while we also do that, I'm going to grab some more blood and another scrap that we normally wouldn't grab, because it loses about 5 to 10 seconds, but I'm doing it to eliminate one last zombie that could potentially be a problem, and if we die to him, it would send us noticeably far back, and I simply do not want that problem. We'll grab this scrap. We're going to go over here. Since I have, you also probably noticed, same thing you probably saw with Nico running casual, I have this list of information here on the left side of the screen, has my health, has something called the rank, bunch of numbers on it. This is called an SRT, otherwise known as a speedrun tool. This is something we are allowed to use as runners to help us gauge information, boss health, and stuff like that. It essentially helps us optimize the game and optimize boss fights and know health of enemies and such. Marie's gonna spawn here, but if I look at the wall, we won't get the little jump scare slowdown. Because if you can't see them, they can't see you. That's how it works.
Especially in later segments of this game.
Very much noticeable later in the game. Leon loves that motto. We'll grab these two here. And then what I'm going to do is step... Oh, she spawns here when I do this. Actually, that's fine. We're gonna go in here and make a save, actually. We're going to be extra cautious to ensure there's no shenanigans. I actually don't need this bottle. Grab that. This is all just, like I said, very much meant to be safety. We would not normally do this in a run. We're going to just grab the bottle out in case I need it. Marie, let's calm down. You got a little close there. So I don't know if her AI is going to work correctly. If the AI breaks here, we'll have to do this a different way and have to reload the checkpoint, but it's fine. I'm going to stand here. Oh my God, her arms. Actual extendo arms. That was crazy. Let's do that.
That was some magnesis if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, that was crazy range on that, but that's okay. We're going to actually pull out the bottle. We're gonna do something else. We're gonna throw a bottle. Give this guy a headache. All right, so the lights are gonna show off. I'm gonna do this a different method because I did a save and reload. Her AI might change a little bit here. We're gonna throw this over LeBron James, and she should ignore it for no reason at all.
Interesting. All right.
So we're just gonna wait a moment. What we want her to do is to just run back. We're just gonna play this little safe. Ideally, we want her just to get close. And then we're gonna go hit the light switch on her. Please? Okay. We need that light switch to go off so that she despawns. I kind of played that pretty safe, but her AI gets all funky when you reload saves, so we're just doing it as safe as possible. We'll try to squeeze through here. Don't grab me. That'd be cool. Interact with this, and I'm not going to move my mouse so that when this dude gets up, he doesn't instantly grab me. Squeeze. Okay. We're going to run around here. Kind of have to do this room in a specific way so that the zombies do not grab us. But now we're on this cycle, which should be pretty good. We're going to wait for the gap in these sets of bodies here. That guy's lost in the sauce, so we're not going to worry about him. We should be able to just run through here.
Why is happening?
Why is happening? Well, this is a fun part of the game that casually I died at like 40 times.
Yep. Another kind of like insanity upgrade to this oncoming segment. Where you're going to be seeing Zeke actually like kind of like set up this sort of like, you know, this conveyor belt segment in preparation. Again, where these zombies take a lot more hits. He's going to be trying to not get the crits in order to... Hey, you know what? I'm just going to let him handle it.
Basically, we're going to try really hard not to die. The hard part about Insanity, and you might have noticed this if you played it casually, is enemies don't stagger very easily with headshots. Whereas on casual, if you saw Nico playing earlier, zombies would kind of stagger with one headshot. On Insanity, the multiplier for stagger is 0.1x, which means you are staggering at a 10% rate, which is absolutely trash.
Yeah, so I actually did not know that.
Only on this part do enemies actually stagger with 2 headshots consistently. It is only on this part where that happens. So thankfully, you know, it's a good part for it to happen, but it is it makes the rest of the game pretty rough, which is why we do leg shots with the zombies and not headshots most of the time. Except for at this part where we can get away with doing headshots since this does the stagger prompt that we need. Should kill both of them. I'm gonna lob a Molotov with these last guys just to get rid of them. Zombie spawns.
There's considerably more of these bodies in Insanity than...
Yeah. The zombies here are not RNG. They're all set. They're all very normal. So like they're always gonna be the same zombies every time. So that's why I'm able to pre-shoot them and make sure they're set up. Even though this thing stops moving, if this thing is moving at all, you die. I'm not doing it. Okay, there we go.
It stopped. It finally stopped. Thank God.
Final plug.
Yes, sir. We sure do. We're almost out of the basement.
I'm gonna free Emily and get out of this place.
Turn on my flashlight because I can't see nothing. Game is very dark, very aesthetically pleasing in such a way where the game is like super dark and gritty. This whole blood tunnel thing I thought was like super cool. And for those of you who are just joining, who are here at the start, we are using cosmetic mods. This is not a normal Grace cosmetic. We're playing as Selena, the singing zombie. We just have a cosmetic on. She's the lady I threw a bottle at earlier. Basically, I threw a bottle at myself, essentially. All right. Because we did it safely and we made that extra hemolytic injector and we killed the zombie over here, this whole next area should be pretty free. We just have to go grab the last light plug, grab this one on our way out, and we'll be done with the basement. This game, I would say, is very backloaded, where action picks up pretty dramatically after this area specifically. You start to see a lot more stuff happening, a lot more combat, basically a lot more Leon or Master Chief, whichever one you want to think it is. Bree kind of spawns behind us and we don't really care. Kind of ego her and run away. Grab this. Alright, we're gonna dump these 3 light batteries, I guess. Yeah, batteries in. Now we get Emily back.
Free.
Hooray, everyone's free.
I'm scared. Why is it so loud?
Now we're carrying Emily and we just gotta get out of here.
Just don't let go.
We'll grab this herb for safety.
Come on. Come on.
Drop her off in this elevator. We have to do this little QTE to trigger the elevator moving because Chloe shows up. She's like, you thought.
Something to kind of touch on that casual enjoyers of the game might not pick up on immediately is that there's actually a setting to kind of like skip the sort of like grand spectacle of picking up like a non-essential item like a green herb. So you're able to just like, you know, like just grab it, press F, pick it up and continually be on your way without stopping to inspect an item that you regularly would use.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice thing that I don't think I've ever seen Capcom put into a game. Where we get to, yeah, like Bobby said, we skip the pickup prompts for items that aren't key items. Like, so things like herbs or things like the first time I have to pick up a battery, you're not going to get the pickup prompts for them anymore, which is actually really, really nice. All right. Now we are officially out of the care center. We did it. We made it out. Only died.
Very grueling section. I mean, we're like what, like 35, 40 minutes in, and it's like, yeah, you finally get a chance to breathe for a little bit.
Yeah, it's a brutal section, very reset heavy. Most people have their runs die there for very obvious reasons. As you can see, I get touched a single time and I'd have to reset as Grace. Whereas as Leon, if I get hit a couple times, even if I die as Leon, we at least get checkpoints, so it's not really that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Emily?
And again, within the item box, you can purchase later in the game body armor, which can reduce the damage inflicted by quite a bit.
Yeah, the body armor is very nice for certain enemies. Specifically, a type of enemy we're going to see in Raccoon City called the BSA zombies. And those guys are just the worst guys. They're actually just the worst guys to ever exist.
Yeah, and oh god.
No, that was the end of my thought. You're good.
Please.
Yeah, like in insanity mode again, like you'll see additional enemy placements, and those BSAA operatives, or even like special agent operatives, can put a hunkering in your plans.
Yeah, if you haven't played this game casually, you're kind of wondering like, why are these zombies so different than zombies we've seen in other Resident Evil games? Why do they speak? Why do they do stuff? Like, why do they have cognitive like functionalities? It's because the version of the T virus that is actually infecting these guys and infecting these zombies is it's not meant to fully kind of like make the host brain dead and make them only to a mindless zombie. It's meant to keep part of their memories, part of who they are, which is why, like you heard earlier, that zombie that said "why is happening," is because there's still kind of people in there, which is why they're also like still doing their jobs. Like the forklift guy was still driving that, and you had the zombie that was flicking the lights on and off. It's a very interesting dynamic to the game. So you also see that later with the BSA zombies. They're still soldiers, right? So they're still going to try to blast me with weapons and such. So it's a really cool detail of the game if you haven't played it casually that I really enjoy a lot.
Yep, in early routing stints of insanity, even like there were, ways that you could creep around certain zombies that are fixated on, singing or flipping on and off lights, things like that. I mean, you still take advantage of the zombie with migraines because we use the bottle to distract and to lead them to chunk.
Oh, that's a funny grab. Okay. We're gonna reload the checkpoint. Apparently I don't have enough blood to craft the heal. I thought I picked up all the blood, but I guess maybe I'm a little short, but it's okay. But just that save I made there was specifically for this reason. Okay, there we go. Now we're gonna shoot this guy twice in the leg. We're gonna take an intentional leg bite from this guy. Now we should be able to just run through. That area is kind of sketchy. That first time that grabbed me is a little RNG. Whether or not he fully grabs me or just lets me run by.
Oh, shit.
And now you're actually going to see our first instance of perspective swapping. Now, we play most of the run in first person, but we actually get to switch to third person in places like this. Bob, do you want to explain why?
Yeah, when you switch to third person, so there will be like this specific animation while she's kind of like sprinting around, kind of like stumbling about. And this animation will actually be like faster in perspective rather than just climbing stairs in first person. Now, there are certain instances where she can stumble, but it doesn't look like Zeke has been getting it. Oh, we get one stumble there.
That's the good stumble. That's like the god
That's
RNG.
the good stumble, yeah.
So there's
one up there, so...
Yeah, that stumble was what actually, usually you'd have to stop in front of that blister head that's right there at the top of the stairs, who is an insanity only enemy. And we stumbled right past them, which is actually very, very good luck.
There we go, we lurch toward the door, and then we get to swap back to first person.
We did stumble 3 times, so none of them were the hard stumble where you can fall straight to the ground, which loses time. So that was actually very lucky. Pop the guy on the leg a few times just to get him away from us. All right. Now we're no longer playing as Grace for a little bit. We're switching back over to Leon. We have to do kind of like a tower defense section where we have to snipe a bunch of enemies as Leon Chief, and we are going to hopefully, if I shoot my gun and hit the enemies in the head, basically I have to not miss my shots here to make this fast. So hopefully I can snap about and shoot all the enemies as fast as I possibly can. But first we have to actually buy a sniper rifle because since we're not given one on Insanity, we're actually gonna go in here and buy the marksman. Grab this guy here, and then we're gonna go in here. We're gonna throw a scope on it, throw a damage upgrade on it, and throw the connoisseur charm on it, and that's it. Grab this ammo. And now I have to hit all these shots, and hopefully I do not miss.
Yeah, so this will be the segment where, you know, Grace is tower defense. You're trying to protect Grace as she tries to escape into the chapel. Going to be some guys lurching about, but there's also going to be this chef that you saw a little bit earlier on. Me trying to chip him down before they get to Grace. Now, new to Insanity, there's also going to be these zombies that are with you right there, and he's going to be trying to kill them very quickly to keep them from waking up and impeding the progress before the next wave of zombies basically begins. And it's actually, you know, really nice, you know, as you are, like, this is a tower defense segment, but you still are accruing the sort of credits that you may need to probably grab some body armor, grab some more upgrades that we're going to be getting for other weapons that we pick up during the run.
And you can lose time here if you do not kill everything fast enough. It is kill based. That should be the end of that section.
Yeah, we go from one action segment into another action segment. This is probably a very hectic one that Zeke has to focus on.
Yep, the good old church fight.
Very, very carefully routed, very strict to how this works. But if you weren't watching the earlier run of the live broadcast, we're going to be coming on to another sort of like elite boss enemy, the Blister Born. And this is kind of a not new strategy, but strategy unique to Insanity. We're going to be using a bit of kind of like staggers with the grenades and melee attacks to pop the blisters. We want to clear this enemy area as quick as possible while still having time to get our melee attacks in, popping the blisters, and a fourth one will take the Blister Born down.
That was actually really clean.
Very, very clean.
So if we grab this ammo, we need these grenades for later. Got a bunch of ammo we're gonna need because we're gonna want to try not to buy as much ammo as we can. That was actually such a good section there. I was worried about, like, if any of those grenades miss at all, that kind of goes off the rails really badly. But thankfully they all hit, and I got all my kicks in because Leon's kicks, for some reason, just one shot the Blisterborn's blisters, I guess.
Yeah, for that segment, and also, I mean, like, hand grenades are just like absolutely essential to like quickly clearing out some of the enemy arenas for the late game as Leon.
Mm-hmm. And now we're in one of the last parts as Grace for a while, until almost the end of the game. This part actually does not last very long. We have Emily again here, and we're gonna go drop her off and turn on all the power and try to get out of this area. But there's a catch. You know, Marie, she's still hanging around. We're gonna go ahead and put her down. I'm gonna grab this heal, grab that. We're gonna make one last safety save as Emily. Too many names. That's Grace. And we're gonna run through here and hit this switch. Now, there's kind of an order you need to do this in, and I have to do it in a specific way so that Marie doesn't bother us.
Can I stop you for a second? Who's Chloe?
Chloe is the little girl you play as in the orphanage.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Who is also basically exactly like Emily, who is also basically exactly like Grace, and who is also Marie. But so yeah, we're gonna go here. I'm gonna bait a grab for Marie.
Lurch.
We're gonna run in here. And I'm gonna line up in a specific way to get Marie to follow me around, but I have to make sure she goes in a certain way.
Do a little bit of a peek here. Awesome. With this first lever, we'll be like, let there be light. We'll wait a little bit just to have her peek and be in the same room as us, so we'll get that stun off. Now this will be so when she does make her despawn, when we do make our way to our second lever, hopefully she does not spawn there as well. It's maybe about like a 5 second time loss, but it looks like
good.
No, we got it though.
Yeah, for some reason I can't exactly explain how it works, but if you stun Marie as she leaves that door, she can't spawn here, which kind of makes this whole area very free, which is a blessing because otherwise she's a massive pain.
Yeah. And we just got this last lever here. Now she is scripted to appear as you attempt to activate this very heavy lever. But we do have the Requiem with us, and as I mentioned a little bit earlier, 2 Requiem shots will stun her for a brief moment, and that'll be all the time that you need in order to get this lever. But we want to do this also as early as we can so that the girl will despawn or go to her resting place a little bit quicker.
The whole like lore behind Marie and why the lights are important is that she just hates the light. It burns her skin. So we basically just use lights to our advantage. The game wants you to use these little standalone light fixtures that are kind of all over the place, like over there. But if you do it optimally, you do not have to do that. But now she's going to run upstairs and we're going to kind of follow her up and we're going to open up the big light on her. And then we're going to shoot Emily as Leon. Or Master Chief, I mean, sorry.
Leon hasn't done anything.
She's gonna spawn here, scripted.
We're getting out of here.
We're gonna hit this button.
Come on. Open.
That's gonna start burning her. You could shoot her, but instead it's faster just to run over here. Gonna scripted end the fight. And then we'll walk into here.
Finally.
And it's gonna start another little mini fight. As Leon, hopefully I hit some vitals.
Vitals, no vitals. No vitals. Oh, no vitals. Oh, no vitals. Oh.
Do one more, please.
Ooh.
Please, there we go. That fight can end fast if you hit all 3 shots on her vitals, but it can be hard to hit because the camera just pulls your gun up and away from it, which is a huge pain. All right. Now that's basically the end of playing as Grace for a while. Now we're playing as Leon and we're in Raccoon City. And this is where the game kind of picks up. We got multiple boss fights and arenas to get through. Fun stuff.
We have nearly all the artillery that we need to do it.
We're going to grab this gal. We're going to put an extra upgrade in our shotgun and we're going to put an ammo upgrade in our rifle. That's all we're going to do right now. Because we're actually coming up on a boss fight coming up here in actually just a minute. Parry that guy with our plunger, as you do.
It's like time stopped here.
If not for Umbrella, it could have just been a normal city.
And story-wise, Grace basically was upset sort of with us. It kind of went with Zeno because we killed Emily. I mean, come on, like, she was a monster. But Grace was upset, so we're kind of following her all the way here. And there's a lot of stuff we got to do here in Raccoon City to get to where we need to go. And one of them is fighting a massive spider.
Yep, and this will be like one of the key, well, not key, but like one of really cool like callbacks to like earlier Resident Evil bosses. And again, avert your eyes if you do have arachnophobia. This is the Titan Spinner, and this is going to be our segment leading up to the actual boss encounter itself. We can pump a bit of damage into the spider before the actual encounter takes place. Up to 2,000 points of damage, if I recall correctly. But if we do, and it looks like we nearly done it. We should be good from here on out. So we'll grab the gal, do this a little quick shot, just to really get rid of that interactable very quickly. And thus we will start the encounter once we get on through this hallway. Go on up and lead our spider on through to our web.
Oh,
but first off, these spider things. So gonna kite around, shoot a couple of them. They can get really, they can pile on you for massive amounts of damage. Make sure to also be wary of the Titan Spinner interactable there. But don't worry, folks, we're almost there. And honestly, again, like, it's not really that much of a fight once we get our correct pathing on down. Can load a couple of shots into him. This is the actual, like, arena fight, and he will follow us into this nice crevice, and we're going to be setting up for something really, really explosive. If you see this canister right in front of us, once he gets really close, we're going to interact with this, and once it explodes, since we are in the interactable, will actually not damage us, and we just get to pump loads of slugs into the booty, and you just see the amount of damage that it exudes. Just a little bit more before the Titan Spinner is down. Again, the attack plus that cute bear charm is just massive for taking down these bosses.
Yeah, that boss kind of melts. He kind of gave me bad RNG, and she jumped at me and kind of forced her weak point into the wall, so I couldn't really see it. So I went around the opposite side just to make sure I could kill her. Still worked out, not too bad. That's the first big enemy of Raccoon City. She's actually kind of a pushover once you learn how to kill her, and she takes a lot of damage in her weak point, like 120% damage to the weak point. So it's very, very abusable. But now we have a lot more to do. One little mechanic about the game that I believe is in the original Resident Evil 4, it wasn't in the remake, where if you upgrade the ammo capacity on a weapon, it actually fills the ammo capacity. I think that might actually be in Resident Evil Village. Maybe I'm misremembering. But we're going to go in here. Our shotgun has 0 right now. We're just going to open this up, go to the attack, upgrade the ammo and reload speed. Now we have 8. Nice little refill. If you needed to know about that in your casual playthrough, it would have helped me a lot to know that. But definitely worth using to save on some ammo. All right, now we're in the warehouse. We have to climb up to the very top. We're going to shoot down some of these platforms here a little prematurely. I'm going to take a specific line here by holding the inside of these walls so that the BSA zombie that's supposed to spawn on the left does not spawn. But we are going to get this other guy up close here to our left. Right here, we want to shoot just to get rid of him, or else he will blast us.
Again, the attack patterns of the SMG BSA guys are just very, very, like, they're just hard to dodge. Like if one comes your way, you just kind of have to cross your fingers and just hope that a bullet doesn't hit you for 80% of your health.
Yeah, unironically. You do get 2 tapped by those things here. There's a good chance you may see me die to one of them later, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. Hopefully luck is on our side and we don't have that problem. Now we're up on the top here. Basically what we're doing is we need to make a detonator so we can blow up that bomb that is on the wall, or on the fence gate, I guess, to Raccoon City. But we have a gun. Couldn't we just shoot it? I don't know. I'm not going to question it. We're going to do a little dialogue skip here where I open up this box. We're going to throw a grenade right here in the corner. Interact with this. Going to pull out our binoculars and knock us out of it. This is going to stop Sherry from talking to us. Saves us about 7 seconds.
I know the BSAA camp. That should have the signal receiver.
Again, the very little minute things that people have to do to save seconds, just mere seconds off of a 2-hour run. I mean, like, it's gone down even as low as like 135, 134. If we include like our no intro and everything like that, like it's gone down to it, and it's only been like a month since the game came out. Not even.
Yeah, it's been like what, 2 weeks. There's a little over 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The game has been out, and yeah, we do have a no intro category that I personally enjoy a lot. It skips the intro, saves out 7 minutes, and it also skips the orphanage, which is kind of like an 8-minute nothing walk and talk section that we as speedrunners kind of voted on. We didn't really want to keep it in the run. For no intro specifically, full game, you still run the full game as I'm doing right now, but that is a nice little category to have. Hopefully this guy doesn't RNG grab me. Thank you. We're coming up on an area that's a little scary. We talked about looking up earlier, or looking away. As Leon, if you look up or away from zombies, their AI breaks a little bit and they'll struggle to grab you. It's because they're programmed to want to grab you from the front. We're going to reload a checkpoint here to make this area a little bit more consistent. But we abuse this by making it so that zombies can't touch us in certain specific situations. And this one is one of them. Because otherwise this area is very, very spooky.
Yeah, the intended way to go through this arena, there's going to be a couple of zombies that spawn through here. Once you interact with this gate, there's going to be a blister board right on that other side. but he's going to be stopping halfway or, some part way throughout this interactable, try to bait the initial attack from the Blisterborn, look up and then try to evade some lunges from it and hopefully be able to finish out this puzzle. Now, does have some immediate danger to his right. Hopefully he does not lunge once he reaches out of the interactable, and that's the commentator's curse right there. Sorry about that, Zeke.
No problem, buddy.
Just got it is what it is sometimes.
Okay, thankfully the Blisterborn did not grab us. If the Blisterborn grabs you, it is an insta-kill. Thankfully, we avoided it. Now we get the first battery, because we need to get 2 batteries to get to the other side of Raccoon City. That's the first one. The second one's going to be a little bit easier to grab, a little bit less stressful, I say. Now, hopefully. Hopefully I don't just die for saying that. We're gonna take this little exit out here. Now we're kind of in the area where we just were, except we're gonna go up the ladder and go to the other side of this building. These zombies that are behind us are Insanity exclusive, but they are gonna follow me up and around here, which is actually for the better. Go to the right, take a little line around here. None of these zombies should really touch me, assuming I don't stop for any reason. Oh, why did I even say it? I've actually never been grabbed here ever. That's kind of crazy. I'm gonna leg these guys. Okay, this is about to get painful, I believe. Never mind, he missed. Beautiful. Run past these guys. All right, now we got both of our batteries. You can get out of here. Easy peasy. We have the gas station coming up here. There's actually a new tech as of like yesterday, last night, for the gas station that involves us killing the final chainsaw enemy that's going to be in it. That I think is actually really, really cool. Just gonna grab the BSAA key real quick. Shoot this ladder down. We're gonna grab another grenade up here.
Send some footage.
Just to have for later in the run.
The guy at the end, white suit. Can you find anything on him?
Yeah, hold on.
Again, for those not keen, if you didn't like grenades before, might I interest you in the double stacked grenade, which deals an incredibly much more amount of damage, which is going to be used for the later segments and even the last segment.
Yeah,
let me get to it.
It's basically when you duct tape one grenade to the other, and that's essentially what it is.
Gonna fill this up.
Oh, way to ruin the surprise.
All right, we have the chainsaw arena fight here. I'm gonna kill the zombie behind this one.
You must be the town lumberjack.
Beautiful pot shots. I think I'll mention it here since Middle mentioned it in the casual run, where it's like you would think that the chainsaw would be like the end-all be-all weapon, like just rip and tear till it's done, but they've actually kind of like normalized the usage of the weapon so much in a way where it's like, one, pretty slow to use in a speed run, and two, quite a little bit unintuitive when it comes to slaying zombies in quick succession.
I'm gonna do a very specific lineup here. Hopefully I do this right. This is the new tech that just came out last night. We're gonna wall bang that. I'm gonna push him a little bit, give him a little kick, and instantly end the fight.
Plunged.
Actually plunged, yeah. All right, that went pretty well. We actually hit way more shots than I thought I would. Like, I thought I was gonna be missing.
That was kind of clean. I'm like, ugh. All right.
It's actually really hard to hit those shots in that fight. I was kind of clean with it a little bit. All of that just for a little bit of gas, by the way. We couldn't have siphoned a single car. All right. Whatever you say.
Not any of those, dog. Daisy.
Might as well be. Yeah, this whole game is just like a PSA to make sure that you have a good quality plunger.
All reliable, if you will, you know.
little low on heals, which isn't great. We're gonna get a third one here, but now we're walking into mortars. And anyone who's played this game knows the pain. The pain of mortars.
Yeah, I mean, like, whether the mortars can damage you directly or stun you in a way where it doesn't stun zombies in proximity, and thus you get chain grabbed. Like, this is just a very epic segment, especially in insanity mode.
All right, and now this is kind of a prey moment where we hope we get good RNG and the guy does not blast us and kill us immediately after this. If he does, we have to at least hope that the checkpoint hits first. Took a hit. But we didn't die. We got the checkpoint. Should be able to just reload it. Health is low. I gotta burn one of the heals, which is expected. And this guy's gonna bust through. We're gonna blow up his grenade so he doesn't cause any tomfoolery, if you will. All right. Now, chat, if there was any moment to pray, this would be it. Mortars is somewhat consistent, somewhat RNG area. If I get hit by a single mortar, I will die. There are 2 BSA SMG zombies. There's a grenade BSA zombie. Just a whole bunch of fun waiting for me up here. So hopefully we get there without dying.
Big long weave. Yeah, I'll beat out that first mortar. And the fun begins. It's that you kind of have to take. Get that grenade, zombie lumen. Have to shoot these guys. Hopefully draw some aggro. And this climate is the most hectic segment. Hopefully these zombies don't activate. Okay. Whew. He's on through.
That area is so scary, man. Get a checkpoint. We're gonna reload it to reset all the enemies in the area. We're gonna wait for this mortar. We're gonna jump down. Jump down here. Hopefully avoid the mortars. Perfect. We just didn't want to get hit head on.
No.
Try to knock this enemy into that enemy. We can just run by. Perfect. All right. We didn't die at mortars. That's blessed.
Huge W, yeah.
At least what's left of it.
Okay, one component left.
That is very, very nice.
By the way, I found some evidence of the Pentagon putting
Or
pressure.
that extra money there that I knocked down earlier.
It appears the North American branch has been moving independently.
Heard they had
Now we're basically gonna run around and loot some stuff
It's related.
and head to the next area.
There's been an increase.
So Leon has a motorcycle.
My fan base is growing.
How do I explain this? I don't think I really can. I think I just kind of have to show them
Watch your back.
my motorcycle.
I'll contact you again
I
soon.
don't think they're ready. I
Yeah.
wasn't ready. I don't think you're ready.
So Leon has a 6 set of wheels here. Rather, Master Chief has a 6 set of wheels to ride into battle on.
We're gonna actually. Oh my god.
What on God's green earth?
I don't think those
That's-
were wheels.
That's Donkey from the hit movie.
dress.
That's Donkey from the hit movie Shrek by DreamWorks.
You know,
that's what all there
motorcycles
is to
supposed to have
say.
like horsepower, right? Not donkey power.
Well, he's got power, all right. Don't you worry. My steed. That is my
I'm
steed.
disturbed. I think I'm the only one watching this stream right now that's disturbed.
You are not disturbed. You have been enlightened, is what you have been. There is other paths than just the motorcycle. You
I
can
don't want to
ride
see that thing
donkey.
in motion. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that's gonna be worse when it starts moving.
Oh yeah, it is way worse.
Yeah. Where's the cutscene skip mod?
I can use that.
Hold
Don't worry.
on. Question about these mods.
Yeah.
Do they only affect Leon's bike, or is it all bikes?
That's a great question, Nick Dices.
Because doesn't the other guy,
Fantastic
doesn't Gideon
question.
get a bike too?
Gideon does get a bike.
Let's cross that bridge when we come to it.
I guess we will, won't we?
Don't look a gift donkey in the mouth, Nick Dices.
I just hope he doesn't have Shrek.
Enemy-based mods. So for those wondering, in the speedrun, mods like this are allowed. The only mods you can't really have are mods that change enemies that you have to fight. Like I can't have a mod for Chunk. I can't have a mod for Mr. X. You know, that kind of thing. But otherwise, these cosmetic mods, as long as they don't like change your character's like model or hitbox too like grossly, you can use whatever you want. And within reason, obviously. I am one of the 3 moderators for the game, and I will tell you that if you're using like inappropriate mods, they will not be allowed. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, you're just scavenging through ruins right now. This is the most Michael Bay. Actually, no, it's not, because Resident Evil 6 was this. This is the second most Michael Bay that Resident Evil has been in a video game.
Yeah, they really reached they dipped their toes back into the RE6 pool. They know they shouldn't have in some regard, but it worked out pretty well, I would say. They didn't get too deep in there. They were just like, what if we just made it a little silly again?
All right, coming upon this glass panel segment, which you can just run through, but you gotta be careful not to blow yourself on through. Then it's crouching behind the obstacle, making sure that Uzi does not hit you.
Okay.
That is a lot of damage, which you've been able to thankfully avoid for the most part. We'll grab this last part of the detonator that we need. I'm gonna go in my inventory here. We're gonna do a little bit of crafting to free up our space. Make 3 of the stack grenades. We're going to need them later. And we are intentionally not reloading our shotgun so that we can do an ammo upgrade on it later to give the free ammo refill before the Mr. X boss fight. This section is actually, it looks a lot scarier than it really is. I say that, now I'm gonna die. But basically you can run past most of these zombies. They're really chill. There's a little bit of RNG. I think it's RNG, maybe it's a line, but it's RNG until I say so. So there's a guy here. Hopefully he doesn't grab us. He's not going to. I think it's line dependent based on how you take the line. This guy's got a bomb. Again, as long as you take the lines correctly, he actually can't really hit you with it.
That's so scary. Like, yeah, you know the line, but if you're not trusting of the line, you're like, what is he doing?
Yeah, it could be spooky. The whole idea is we need to drop this elevator down.
Now for the other side.
Now for the other side. Grab this green herb. Always good to have extra heals, especially towards the latter parts of the game.
Oh yeah.
Take a wide line here so this guy right behind me doesn't hit me. There's a blister head that's going to spawn here, but we can just run past him. I'm going to do a little juke on this guy. Ooh. Break his ankles.
Thankfully, the blister heads have a pretty lengthy, like, spawn animation, if you want to call it that, before they actually get aggressive.
Grab all this loot here. Nice. Got a whole bunch of SMG ammo, which is really what we want. Drop the other side of this bridge now. We are going to look up.
Yeah, so this is a major segment where hopefully, with fingers crossed, the camera manipulation technique works out in our favor. We will be getting more than a handful, actually, of zombies that just plop on with the platform right next to us. You'll actually be getting some that brush shoulders with us every now and again, but with our looking up manipulation technique, if everything goes right, hopefully we don't get grabbed or damaged in any way. Yeah.
Or hopefully be ideal. The way this works and our running theory on it is that Leon has a lot of interactions, parries, quick, QTE stuff he can do from the front if an enemy's in front of you. So we think they designed the game to where they want enemies to try to get in front of you when you're in first person. So when you look up, they don't really know what to do. They're kind of just all around me right now trying to get in front of me. This only works for so long. This does not work on blister heads. There is one scripted blister head that's going to jump down, and when he does, we have to turn and parry all these zombies or try to get them off of us, kill that blister head with one really good Requiem shot, and then look back up again until the area ends. It can go off the rails pretty fast. If I don't hit the shot, I can start getting beat up. Hopefully that doesn't happen. You know, he should be spawning here in just a second. You'll kind of hear him transform. There he is. You'll see him jump down here in just a moment. Okay, and I'm gonna turn. I'm gonna look for him. He's kind of spinning around. I did not hit him. Okay, what are we doing? 1 second. Brief issue. All right, we're fine.
Yeah, sure.
I missed both shots somehow, but we lived, and that's okay. We did use 2 Requiem bullets, which is a little bit of a pain. We only wanted to use 1. It shouldn't be the end of the world. We should have solutions for that later. But now we get to ride our motorcycle, our trusty steed, if you will.
This is... I'm not looking forward to this.
You are absolutely looking forward. You guys, you are not allowed to look away.
For lost time.
You have to watch this part.
You'll need it. It's 15 miles to this.
All right. Who's ready to ride? I know I'm ready to ride.
Oh no. Let's ride!
We're on our...
Get down to here, donkey! You're go Gideon!
Should make it there in no time.
Yeah, look at him. In all of his glory.
And his teeth is gleaming like he's chewing on aluminum foil.
That's his veneers. Or his headlight. So Ek asked about other motorcycles a moment ago. Gideon also gets a donkey.
I knew it.
This stage just keeps getting better and better.
It's just okay. Master Chief on donkey shooting a Resident Evil Chimera dog. Like this just seems like one of those like AI generated TikTok ads.
What is going on?
Like free to play like bum games. Like it's just so fever dreamy. Like, yeah, this is serious. We're trying to get him off us. We're trying to mitigate damage. I can try to like, you know, call it like I see it, but this is what you get when this is what I see.
Yeah. It's actually peak gameplay. This is what the devs intended. This is something fresh out of Fortnite, is what this is.
Capcom, where's the Victor Gideon?
It's just like the fact that his legs don't move just make it so much better.
It's so unsettling. Like he's magical, yeah, but like this. Yeah, this is the bike on deal.
Gotta rev up your donkey.
Fortunately, we're gonna have to park our butt here. All
This
right,
whole
let's
section
ride again.
Is basically entirely on rails. I don't really have to press any buttons except reload or shoot.
Yeah, you know, just taking a little bit of the ambience, you know.
Yeah, taking the atmosphere. The peak cinema that is Master Chief riding donkey with a plunger on his back.
The plunger is kind of like the best part that just kind of like pulls it all together, you know.
Hey Gideon, that's a nice donkey you got there.
Ken, seriously,
Here we go, more Michael Bay.
I don't give up that easy.
The way he revs the
He looks so stupid.
He's like, that's right. What do we do? We got to ride up.
It's so peak.
Honestly, I'm more just shocked how quickly this was made.
Oh, dude, there's so many mods. So many crazy ones. So my favorite one is the Invisible Frog one. If you guys remember the Invisible Frog music video, it just takes away the bike, so he's riding nothing. Sorry, Gideon.
I feel more bad for Double Donkey than anything.
It's unfortunate, but we won the motorcycle fight, or the donkey motorcycle fight, I guess. So now we're trying to avoid reloading any weapons, since the next combat we're really going to be doing, if we can reload our sniper, is going to be against Mr.
I
X.
believe it's still standing.
But we have to run through Raccoon Police Department. You guys remember this from Resident Evil 2? It's back.
It's big.
We are here again. Little nostalgia trip, maybe a little bit of fan service, but I liked it a lot.
Yeah, for enthusiasts of like the OG games of OG 2 and 3, where, you know, we kind of ended up with Raccoon City being completely wiped off the map. None of that. Where we were kind of following the sort of like modern kind of like, this kind of like Final Fantasy 7 remake, where like, you know, some kind of tweaks to the lore were made here and there just to kind of like better smooth out the continuity.
Yeah, it's so the city wasn't nuked really. It was just hit by a ballistic missile for the most part, and just kind of it did some damage. Some of the items from RE2 remake are still here, like the mechanical jack is still here.
Hey,
we need that fella. But this whole section of the game, so the motorcycle sequence, Raccoon Police Department, and the upcoming orphanage are what we would consider to be the lull points of the run. It's a Resident Evil game. They all have some sort of like lull point where you're not really doing a whole lot. This would be this game's version of it. The orphanage is kind of Resident Sleeper a little bit. There's not a whole lot going on, but I did install a mod that would hopefully make it a little bit funnier, a little bit more enjoyable, if you will. We kind of have to sit around and hide for doing nothing.
You set such a high precedent with Donkey. Like, I just want you to know that.
I don't know if it's as good as Donkey.
Thing, if it's just Donkey again.
That would be very funny.
I would lose it. I'm
just
sorry.
Again.
I wish, dude. But if you're familiar with Resident Evil, if you played this game, you're gonna be familiar with who these people, these little orphans, have turned into. They don't look like little children anymore.
It's gonna be Chris Redfield, isn't it?
No, they're gonna look like somebody else. Just a bunch of little Mr. X's.
No, that's actually way more horrifying.
Yeah, this would be
I don't know
What
what
leg day though is the difference.
this is.
They got like the bobblehead thing going on.
This is fun. No, this is frightening. Especially because they look like little like T-1000 skeletons from the shadows. Like,
yeah, they look very, very, very ridiculous. So we can't do anything here. We just have to wait. The whole plan is just wait.
yeah, much more of a callback to the gameplay style of the Orphanage segment in RE2 remake, even, where it's just going to be a lot of sleuthing, maybe for about 8 or so minutes.
Yeah, this whole place is kind of filled with some Easter eggs, kind of riddled about. But this whole thing obviously is just like the Orphanage from RE2 remake, except the Sherry part in RE2 remake was a lot faster and a little bit more technical. This is why we have actually opted to have this option. Like we have a mod that removes this whole section from the game that we allow in the no intro speedrun, which cuts about 20 minutes off of the run almost. So you don't have to sit through this or the intro of the game. So now we can run through. They left us alone.
You're sleepy.
Yeah, they're all taking naps. If you look right here, these are references to Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil 1 OG with the Alpha team going into the mansion. Little funny little Easter eggs. But now we have to hide again. So if we look up, we see some hands up there. And we're gonna hide under this table. and just kind of wait.
Hopefully they don't know where we are, you know.
Yeah.
Shh.
Be very quiet. It's like if you grew up in the era of like early 2010s, late 2000s, where you know, stuff like Jackass was a big thing. You saw a lot of teenage kids do this, where they just kind of fall. I get that feeling every time I get to this part. I kind of just want to sit here and be like, "Hi, I'm an orphan in Resident Evil 9, and welcome to Jackass," and then it just falls. Kind of have to wait here for that one to turn around, and it lets us run out here. Now we're gonna run down this hallway about halfway, and once we get about halfway, we're gonna turn around and exit out, because we only need to go up to here to trigger them to spawn at the end of the hall, and now we just need to leave. When we do that, there's usually 2 orphans that are blocking our exit, but now we can just walk out here, walk back in, and they should be despawned, and we can just proceed to the next area. Turn this corner, they should be gone. We have to go get a key and hopefully not die. Like, I've never died to it before, but some people say you can die to it doing a little unintentional, I guess, sequence break where we just open the hatch and leave instead of hiding from the orphans rather.
Yep, grab the key, hop down.
Fall and drop it, as you do. All right, now a bunch of orphans are gonna spawn around. Jumping in again. We're gonna crouch here and hopefully open this up by the time we get grabbed, hopefully. Okay. Now we're just gonna climb down.
To not look directly at the child right at your feet. So as long as you have your cursor on the objective, you should be fine.
Yeah, you should be able to avoid getting grabbed there. You also want to make sure you're crouching and holding W. If you're standing up, they're probably gonna grab you. Unfortunately, this is Chloe. This is who I've been mistakenly calling everyone else. This is Chloe. She's very slow. We kind of just have to walk about. Oh, my fire truck.
Optimus.
Not Optimus.
Chloe, you must go forward.
Oh my god. That's a banger. We walk up here and open up this door. We kind of have to just look at it and stay away from the door so this one actually opens. It's that umbrella symbol.
My grandma's mints.
All right, we're almost done with the Chloe section. We gotta get a fire poker to pull down that ladder that's in there. We can't really grab it right now.
I will say the sound design is just so grade A for this game. Like every creak is unique. Zombie just groans and just the screams are just so filled with, I mean, ironically, life filled with soul even.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good sound design and visual design. This game looks amazing.
Oh yeah.
And Capcom really hit it out of the park with this game. We got our fire poker. We need that to get out of here.
They followed you and you gotta run.
They're creepy looking.
Bro, like again, you thought that was fun. That's nightmare fuel. Little Mr. X's.
What's wrong with What is this place?
All right, now this kind of gives us a little sneak peek into like an area that we're gonna run into later called Ark. This is underneath the orphanage. It's kind of like a big lab. It wouldn't really be a Resident Evil game without a big lab. You know, you need to have a big lab all the time. And now we're finally wrapping up the Chloe segment. We're gonna run over here and interact with this little projector, and it should take us out of this area. All right. Now we get to get reintroduced to an old friend. If you played Resident Evil 2 Remake, even the OG, you'll probably recognize this guy.
Especially when he busts through in that fashion. That's right. He's back. It's Mr. X. And he will chase you to the ends of the earth. There's no use even trying to deal damage to him in this aspect. Completely invulnerable. Even will throw some death hazards your way that you do want to dodge. I mean, like even in casual difficulty, like this segment here will kill you. You just want to skirt away until he receives that. Oh, but he's back.
He's back. Now we're exiting RPD. It's a little easy chase sequence. You don't have to worry about too much with Mr. X. Sure. But he don't give up that easy. We're gonna have to actually kill him here in a moment. But we first have to do some weapon upgrades. Specifically, we're gonna want to upgrade our Gal, which is our SMG here. We're gonna need this for a boss immediately after Mr. X. We're gonna want to upgrade our shotgun to ammo, and we're gonna want to make sure we put a charm on our Gal as well. So a couple things to do.
It hasn't changed.
Skip this cutscene. We're gonna grab these items here, the 2 bits of ammo, and that heal. We're gonna go in here, we're gonna go into the tack, upgrade the ammo on this, go into the Gal, do 2 power, 2 reload speed, 1 ammo capacity. We're gonna put the charm on. That should be all we need to do. Time for Mr. X.
Oh yeah, this fight's really good, and it's been carefully routed as well. I mean, we're gonna have some proper positioning here, and Zeke's gonna make the magic happen. So as he swings behind these 2 cars in this particular line, he won't collide with any of the cars, so they won't be careening towards you. So you can safely unload the tack on him, and as he transitions into the second Brawlic phase, that should be enough to stagger him and continue to unload the shotguns on him. Now he is a very, very tanky beast, like one of the tankiest fights in this game. So if he does come a little bit close, it's going to be quite quite bad. But again, just unloading all of this damage, taking advantage of the stagger. Again, you do not really want to mess up any of those shots. You want to take advantage of all of the cute bear charm extra damage. Like this is just such a great clean fight from Zeke right there.
Yeah, that went very well. Killed him without having to reload at the very end there, which is always very nice. Yeah, that was pretty solid. I will say that was pretty solid. Master Chief did a great job fighting Mr. X.
Okay, that's just a little bit of a boss strategy of like when you do get those staggers, like, yeah, it would be cool to go for the hatchet, execute, which would deal a set amount of damage. But kind of like in Capcom games like Monster Hunter, like the longer he's stunned, the longer he's toppled, the longer you're able to just deal that damage unimpeded. Again, with the power of that cute bear charm, the attack, all those damage upgrades that we got, like just really pumps into them.
Yeah, it does some very significant damage. But now the game is gonna kind of turn it up a bit on Insanity. Whereas a lot of the sections of Leon haven't felt too scary, except for like mortars. The game really amps it up now coming into Arc. It really puts a lot of toxic things back to back on you that we have to really be ready to deal with here. This first one is the plant boss. Not too bad, but after that it kind of elevates pretty quickly. We have kind of a glitch, an AI break, a pretty cool bug that we abuse to deal with Hunk, if you want to believe that it is Hunk, or the clone of Hunk boss fight.
Yeah, the commander. It's supposed to be like this really grandiose fight where you just counter with perfect parries, do this melee damage, and really struggle it out in the slugfest. But the way that these folks handle it, especially on Insanity, is just that was quite mean. But
That wasn't on the script. What is he doing? All right. Now we're kind of making our way down. So basically, we're trying to get into ARC, which is this underground facility that's been operating here in Raccoon City this whole time. And it's very deep underground. And fun fact, I believe this is a fact I was told recently, this upcoming boss is actually the biggest boss Capcom has ever made to scale.
Really?
This plant boss is enormous.
Which is that's quite bewildering, given the amount of big grandiose flagship monsters that you see in like Monster Hunter, or even Resident Evil, those big nemesis transformations. Like you're gonna want to see this upcoming boss.
He is very
but to
large.
get there is like it's kind of a bit of a headache. Like not only are you going to be having these plant obstacles that spawn and honestly immediately attack you on sight, but you do have a bit of these BSAA zombies kind of sprinkled on through, and we kind of have to play nice with them a little bit if we want to get through without using any heals. So
Yeah.
Zeke's going to anticipate our first spawn right here, try to go for a parry. And hopefully they don't attack from the back as well. All right, got on through. Be able to skirt on through the bog segment.
Oh, no way he hit me.
Yep, and then just random pot shot right there. I'm just going to be picking up that green herb just for a little bit of safety and just to get this guy out of the way. Thank you. And now you're going to be seeing the introduction of the largest boss, apparently. But after these last couple of obstacles, you're going to be seeing what's called the Plant 43, which is one more than Plant 42. Again, you see through this trip through Shadow Moses, or Raccoon City, if you will, like a lot of these callbacks to earlier Resident Evil experiments and bosses. Like it's really cool. But this is why we get the Gal. The Gal is just tears into this boss and has the least amount of probability to reach the sort of stun threshold for it to kind of reel back and close its mouth. So really steady amount of DPS from the Gal, which is why we got the upgrades that we did for it. And we just need this one last kind of scripted segment, blow up the canisters, and that's it. That's the plant.
That's the plant. We originally did that strat using the sniper rifle because it does do good damage, but it actually forces the plant to eventually stagger, which closes its mouth for a long time. The Gal actually just does the most DPS to it with the charm and the upgrades, and it doesn't force it to stagger like that. So very important that we use it in that fight now. Now we're in Arc, and this is where it gets a little spooky. Arc can be a little scary because of the new other enemies, actual human characters we have to fight, the elite soldiers. Because as Liam will say, is they don't want him around here. He's not supposed to be in here, but we don't care. We got stuff and things to do.
Yeah, I mean, like the TLDR, Umbrella's caught wind of Leon snooping around, and he sent out the task force. Like this is like the Anbu Black Ops, basically. But this segment is going to be super sick. So when these enemies spawn in, doing their little like formation and everything, they actually can be hit. You mess up a little bit there, but really nice cleanup. But the idea is to get some headshots in before they actually are active, so to speak, and then they'll just immediately drop down. But you'll see a little bit more of that as more of these members spawn on in here. But again, since they do have automatic ballistic weaponry, it still is very, very important that you perform this room pretty precisely.
Yeah, in this next part also I have to make sure I do not miss on these guys.
Yeah, these folks are going to spawn on them, the guys with the shields, and then 1 and 2. So as you can see, as they kind of drop onto and become active, some of them will reel on over because they sustain enough damage.
What's he doing? Yeah, that guy was how did he?
About life, dog.
I don't know how he's even alive, but he was hanging out.
Contemplating.
All right, now we're actually setting up for a skip here, or kind of a glitch. What I'm going to do is go in here. We're going to buy some things. I'm going to make the run a little bit easier, specifically body armor in this case upgrade. And then we're going to go in here and upgrade our hatchet twice. And then I'm also just going to, for safety, buy a couple green herbs. And then we're going to reload this checkpoint. Now, what this has done is we have loaded in the Hunk fight. And I'm going to switch to third person. But Hunk's not actually here yet. When you load in AI and then you reset a checkpoint, it kind of messes with their AI a bit. Hunk, specifically, the way he gets broken is he actually is a little AFK at the very beginning of the fight, just enough for us to get an execute stealth prompt above his head. We take this a step further, and we essentially will start the fight by trying to aim and strafing away. Hopefully I get it first try, which will break his AI. Oh, no. Oh, he goofed it. All right, let's try it again. He's a little fast. He's a fast little guy. That, and now he's AFK, and we're just gonna kill him for free.
Yeah, would you look at that? Just freeze it in place here. And all you need is one more major one. And there you go.
And that's the end of the fight. He broke my armor, which is not cute, but should be okay. Hopefully.
And again, just another piece of third-person perspective tech that really makes this pretty consistent. Then you pick up the mortal edge, but the danger isn't over yet. We have 3 more operatives. You just saw one right there. Another one's going to be trying to move on in. Sustain a little bit of hit damage, but that's okay. Get some heals here. Injector. There's also going to be one on the stairwell here. Pop shot there. Check your corners always.
Yeah, those enemies are just actual, like, 8,000 hour escape from Tarkov sweats that just sit and, like, camp the corner. Like, it is rough. It is rough. They are exclusive to Insanity.
Extraction shooter like type vibes, yeah.
All right, time for the actual worst thing ever. So Arc is rough, specifically as Grace, because anything touches us, we die. We have some tools to work with, not a lot. I will be making saves, and hopefully, you know, we don't get too owned. If I get through out here without dying, like, to put it into perspective about dying in Insanity, the first person to complete a run without dying only just happened like 2 days ago. And the current world record also just got his world record yesterday for the first time without dying. Very, very hard to not die. And a lot of people, if you're not dying in Care Center, you are dying right here. And you will see why in a moment, because now we are back with another old familiar enemy, actually 2 old familiar enemies. Lickers and Paleheads is what they're, you know, colloquially called. Hopefully we don't die. But first we're going to start by doing a couple things here. We're actually going to open up the box. We're allowed to use this item. We just don't in the speedrun for time save. We're going to grab this charm. That's the charm that Bobby was talking about earlier that could help prevent us from getting one shot. We're going to use it here. Hopefully this goes well.
Yeah, this is intense from start to finish, and even at the finish, like, you are faced against a horde of those zombie enemies that you just have to sort of invincible your way through.
All right, this is kind of RNG. We hope we get good RNG here.
Yeah, so this segment, so that active liquor that just leapt out at us is now on our tail. And we have to react to how, okay, all right. The one in, that might be pretty good.
Kind of reacted last second there, but survived it.
That guy played nice, just weave, kind of wide turn around from him.
Inventory a little bit here. Please do not hit me. Okay, perfect. All right, good. Not dying there is actually massive. That is huge.
Yeah.
Now we're going to go all the way back down and around. We're going to get the key that we need.
All right.
And we're going to make another save when I come back up, and then we're going to go do it on the second pass through, which is probably worse than the first pass through, if I had to I had to really say, it's pretty rough. But we have these 2 bottles of acid we picked up. These things are very strong on Grace, and they're strong because we get to basically just do this. LeBron James. There we go. Will one-shots liquors.
I remembered when it used to be Kobe.
You remember it used to be Kobe. I remember too, Grandpa.
All right, Leon. Be careful.
Get you back in your chair, Ek. Pepper Charm also remembers.
Man, hey, shout out to LeBron James on another amazing night. He is 40, still pushing it with their win against the Rockets. Yep, this is enough dead air time that I get to recap NBA.
Hey, you should just be happy. I didn't say. Why didn't you say Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Doesn't roll up the tongue nearly as well.
So at 41 years old, just tonight, LeBron James had 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists. That's GOAT quality to me. He's 41, still putting up pretty big numbers.
LeBron James, that one's in honor of him.
There it goes.
Right, this room
Invoking.
This room's terrifying. Okay, this guy is.
Pushing me over on the wall.
Don't know why that guy did that. Please, please, no. Okay, hold on, it's winnable. It's winnable.
A quick heal. Hopefully, cross fingers. Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Now we bait our breath.
Okay, we got the eye stab. That's pretty good.
Got the push off. All right. All right. So there's a little bit of luck there, but just taking advantage of
What are we doing here?
I don't know. He forgot his keys.
Okay, that was terrifying, but we're good. We're out of there.
But yeah, if when you use a makeshift knife and push off, like you want a specific animation so that you push the enemy zombie off into the horde, kind of like making way for you to make your progress. All the while taking advantage of like the small period of invulnerability that you have when recovering from a bite like that. So that was a kind of like best case scenario in that. So really good way on through.
Playing it a little safe, grabbing my heals back from earlier, making another safety save. Because again, dying here, if I didn't make any of these safety saves, dying here would have sent me all the way back to the beginning of this Grace area. And we are not doing that. All right, now the last part as Grace, essentially, that we have to do that's kind of scary. We have another room full of zombies. I'm going to do this in a specific way where I shoot 2 zombies so I can bait the lickers around, but also stagger the zombies out of my way. If done correctly and a little bit of luck on my side, I should get through without getting hit. If I am unlucky, I will die. That's essentially the trade-off of this game is if you're unlucky, you will die. But that's okay. We're here for the vibes. So we're going to shoot this guy twice. And now the lickers are going to know I'm here, so they're going to come around to my left. And we're going to turn this corner. There's going to be another one.
2.
Now hopefully this guy does not kill us. Perfect.
AI control center. Noah. Reboot failure.
Grab the last orb that we need.
Response. Containment protocol. Inactive.
The orb enjoyers.
Containment.
Big orb enjoyer.
Inactive.
Orb.
Jump down here. Got a few more lickers that are going to spawn in front of me, but they should be pretty docile. The lickers in this game are incredibly way more chill than the ones in like the 2 remake or 3 remake. Granted, they do hurt way more. They like will absolutely destroy me. But thankfully we can run past them for the most part because they always will scream when you first see them, making it a pretty easy run through.
All right, good segments.
Yeah. Now we get to switch back to Leon, and we get to do the hardest part as Leon. We go from the hardest part as Grace to the hardest part as Leon right at the very end of the game. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that a treat? All right. Now this part of the land is also pretty scary. It's a little bit more frightening because I do not have body armor because Hunk took it away from me. But we're gonna go in here. I'm gonna grab this extra magnum shot. Just gonna check these, see if a heal drops, just to keep myself safe. Nope, but that's okay. Gonna shoot this guy in the back since the first one has a bit of a wind up.
Sharpen ye plunger.
Yep. This liquor, I have to hit a parry, make sure I don't die. Grab this grenade, might have to hit a second one here. Okay, or he'll miss for me. What a homie.
Oh, shit. You gotta be kidding me.
All right. Now this area is going to be a little scary. I don't have very much for heals, but I need to basically just not make a mistake. That's kind of what we're going for here. I'm going to switch to third person. So I'm going to try to line up a triple collat on the liquors that spawn behind me here. Hopefully they behave and they cooperate with me.
This must be the room.
You want them to line up for me?
Take out as many of you fuckers as I can.
Two. This last one to get over here. All right, not bad. The reason we kill them is because there's going to be a whole bunch more that come down here. We don't really have much to work with. We really need to not die. So I'm going to go over here and throw a grenade. Stun these guys. Hit this button. Gives me just enough time to get past these guys without dying. Now, they're going to kind of block me in this room. They're going to flood it up a little bit. We need to hopefully parry them and get past them without dying, because they will two-shot me at this point in the game. Okay, he missed. All right, perfect. Oh, calm down, sir. Grab this loot real quick. This extra heal that we desperately need. All right, now we have one more combat room before we get to the final boss. And what I'm gonna do is take this opportunity to craft the grenade, craft this heal. These stack grenades are gonna come in handy. One in this next room, and then the others are gonna be on the final boss. This room is a little bit tricky on Insanity. You can die very easily. So what I'm gonna do is start the room, take a specific line around the room to get the liquors to spawn and follow me in a certain way. And hopefully not die.
Yeah, thankfully there are a couple of these canisters that are, just littered throughout the room. So with a little bit of kiting, a little bit of luck. They have to be a little bit more quicker on the draw there. Really nice parry on the tongue attack. Just a little bit of cleanup. That is okay.
That was terrifying.
I just want to mention, parrying their tongues with the plunger is vile.
Yeah.
Vile.
I don't see the problem.
I mean, the alternative is washing their mouth out with soap. And we're out of soap.
Oh.
We have this second segment.
Yeah. Let's get this over.
Oh, my own grenade hit me. Okay, fella. All right.
The elevator will arrive shortly.
Not looking the greatest in terms of heals at this very moment. Yep.
Good to go.
So Gideon's gonna be interesting. He's actually gonna be great.
The elevator
They'll be fine.
arrived.
Chap believes in the chief. Chap believes in the plunger.
John Leon. John Kennedy. We have John Kennedy.
John 117 Kennedy. S.
All right, so what's gonna happen here is Leon's kind of sick. He's got a tummy ache. We're gonna skip a little bit of the stagger here at the very end of this. The scary part about this is Gideon is a bit of a monster. He hurts really bad. And the fact that I have like no heals, literally no heals, is not what I would call ideal. But we're gonna power through it. Hopefully we hit our parries and we do not die.
Yeah, so yeah, we have a bit of lead up till that point, so we can talk a little bit about it. So the way that it's gonna go is that we have to pump up a certain amount of damage within a certain amount of time for him to transition to this attack phase where he pulls out this rocket launcher and attempts to launch it at us. Now, while he does have that, we can inflict some amount of damage to him to the point where he will stagger and drop the RPG, and we can quick equip it and quickly end that phase of the fight that way. And that, not only that, but we do have a phase 2 where he transforms into a monstrous beast. And this is where we have our stacked hand grenades, to where we're gonna be lining it up. There are these weak spots, these polyps, these bulbous warts strewn all over his body. Zeke's gonna line up in a precise amount of way to LeBron James lob that grenade, and as soon as it explodes, it will hit and destroy all of them on his body, causing him to hunch over and continuing that phase of the fight. And we'll talk a bit more about that once we get into the little bit of the action here. But once we choose the correct option to release the Beppis, then the world will receive the greatest drink known to man. But also we get the Gideon fight.
Okay.
And yeah, so he's gonna have to focus a little bit on that. So a little bit of play-by-play I'll call, but what you can see in front of you is definitely just what we have to do. It's gonna be a lot of resource management, a lot of juggling, but as you can see, he's gonna be having to whip out the perfect parries, and he is monstrous with the damage. Very quick with his attacks. Very nice parries from Zeke so far. And if you're following with the SRT, the speed run tool on the top left corner of the screen, you can see just how much damage we are inflicting onto Gideon. With a max of 20,000 HP. Oh! All right, and now this is where we kind of hunches over and tries to do kind of like a scripted massive attack. So we're going to be going around this arena, just kind of like collecting on everything, reloading all of our guns, making sure that we have what we need to top up. He does take a little bit of reduced damage while he's charging up, but, you know, might as well just lay on what we have before he continues with his attack. So we're going to be dodging a little bit of a red pook in there, and that's going to be trying a really nice ground pound, get out of that way. And now we should be close to range where he will pull out the RPG. Now, here's the kicker. That can also be a little bit of a random proponent, but it looks like, all right, he's got the RPG out. Oh!
I love Gideon.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, this is just a thing about the insanity portion of the run where things just might not end up where you wish them to be. There are even some instances in runs where Gideon might not pull out the RPG at all, and we definitely need that to quickly end this phase of the fight without any extra resources expended. All right, we're getting almost to the halfway point. Gonna be charging up. So again, going around the arena, gathering what we need, topping up on our health, taking a little bit of pot shots at him as we see fit, dodging that great attack, and hopefully crossing fingers. Cross the fingers with us, chat. He pulls out the RPG. We unload a slug into his head. He drops it, and we get to finish this game. Bobby gets to go home and go to sleep before 3 a.m. Here we go, dodging the tentacle attack. Here we go, ground pound. All right, pulling out that attack on the attack. Ooh, very nice parry on that. All right, pulling out that RPG. Let's hope he gets it. All right, hunched over, quickly pick that up. Boom, baby. All right, phase 1 is down. And now,
LeBron James.
The LeBron James.
Not good.
All right, unfortunately, we only get part of that, but hopefully with what we do see, we can just take little pot shots at the wards and continue on with the phase of the fight. We'll be positioning ourselves here for our next lineup. But as he hunches over, these wards will exhume from his body, and we need to, slay all of them just like that. Continue on. Again, take this lineup right here.
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
Oh, that's not good. Hold on.
Holding. 1, 2.
Okay. Hold on. All right, save.
So close to death, but it's not over yet. We just need one last spray.
All right. Time will come up when I hit the third, after the cutscene starts, basically after I slice this head here. So I will call time here in just a moment. Go a little 1, 2. And time.
GG.
GG.
Oh, we're gonna skip straight to the ending credits there. We did it. We beat Insanity, everybody.
A Master Chief has taken it down.
We have finished this fight. All right, under 2 hours.
Steed.
IGT, not bad. Not bad. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. One moment here. I appreciate it. I just had to scoot my chair back. Thank you again, Igdisis, for having me on. And for GDQ for also allowing me to be on. I will show you guys my puppy here who is sleeping under the desk. This is Bubbles. But thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you having me on. This was New Game Insanity. If you don't know who I am, I'm Captain Ezekiel. I'm a horror speedrunner. I'm mostly known for Resident Evil speedrunning. I have all the world records for Resident Evil 7. And we do a lot of speedruns. I've been running Insanity for a while, so if you want to watch, runs of this, feel free to check me out on twitch.tv/Captain Ezekiel. I appreciate it. Also, Bobby, this is my commentator, Bobby. Bobby, if you want to shout yourself out, where can they find you?
Sure. Hey, I'm Bobby. You can find me anywhere. I stream on Twitch. I also work with the folks here to make events like GDQ and Back in Black and Flash. A really, really great entertainment experience. But feel free to follow me over at Twitch or other social medias and all that stuff, or wherever this guy goes. I mean, we're pretty rolling deep in with the horror crew as of late, so I cannot wait to see what you folks got cooked up for our next major batch of events, which, hey, Summer Games Done Quick, right around the corner.
All right. Thank you. Thank you both for the run. Once again, if you did enjoy that run of Resident Evil Requiem Insanity, be sure to check out Captain Ezekiel. The link should be in chat. You can find him there for a lot of new horror hard mode stuff. I think is a good way of putting it. That being said, thank you all for watching this episode of Speedruns from the Crypt. That about wraps up the show. We got to see a new game and all the work that goes into that, which a lot of it tends to go. I've been your host, Igdisis. We do these shows about every 2 weeks usually. So if you ever like that, I don't know, my name's somewhere around here. You can probably find it there. Before we do go, just for a few announcements. One, if you're watching this on YouTube, remember to like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz, and you can catch up on all the old mods, marathons, and shows over on, Games Done Quick YouTube. As well, we do have the Discord, so !Discord will show that in Twitch chat, and it's a good way of keeping up to date with the official Games Done Quick Discord and the Hotfix roll. I think that about covers just about everything. If you did miss either Crosshair or Speedruns from the Crypt, you can stay tuned as replay both shows after this. You can also tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for a special Thursday episode of Do All the Things and Parallel Universe.